I've never seen anything like it.
Pray. Welcome to a land of might, magic, and metal. Join us for TTRPG content that puts the metal back in the phrase. Holy God, that's metal as hell. Join Sid, Con, and Fink as they tour their way across the land of Letuan, taking on all manner of monsters, aberrations, and the foulest foe of all, mankind's hubris. Heartfire Tales is an Irish TTRPG podcast, streaming now on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Stay dangerous. Watch the full trailer online now.
I am a lawyer. I do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
The Book of American law. There's something out there. I've never seen anything like it.
Pray.
More and more eccentric superhumans are coming out of the woodwork. We're going to launch a division for them. And I want the She-Hulk to be the face of it.
Jennifer Waters. Namaste.
I have a serious conflict of interest. This man tried to kill my cousin, Bruce.
Yeah, that's quite all right.
Oh. Jen, do your thing. God, I really like this outfit. I'm not proud of this.
Whether you like it or not, you're a superhero.
Let's do this.
Our universe is on the edge of a precipice.
I am a lawyer. We do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
No, the book of American laws.
This August, the Predator's first hunt on Earth is the movie event you can't miss. Prey.
Cassian Andor, wouldn't you rather give it all to something real?
This is what revolution looks like.
I'm tired of losing.
Andor, new trailer online now.
anything like it.
Prey.
Welcome to a land of might, magic, and metal. Join us for TTRPG content that puts the metal back in the phrase. Holy God, that's metal as hell. Join Sid, Con, and Fink as they tour their way across the land of Letuan, taking on all manner of monsters, aberrations, and the foulest foe of all, mankind's hubris. Heartfire Tales is an Irish TTRPG podcast, streaming now on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Stay dangerous.
Watch the full trailer online now.
I am a lawyer who do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
The Book of American laws.
There's something out there. I've never seen anything like it.
Prey.
More and more eccentric superhumans are coming out of the woodwork. We're going to launch a division for them. And I want the She-Hulk to be the face of it.
Jennifer Waters. Nana Stay.
I have a serious conflict of interest. This man tried to kill my cousin, Bruce.
Yeah, that's quite all right.
Oh. Jen, do your thing. God, I really like this outfit. I'm not proud of this.
Whether you like it or not, you're superhero.
Let's do this.
Our universe is on the edge of a precipice.
I am a lawyer who do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
No, the Book of American laws.
This August, the Predator's first hunt on Earth is the movie event you can't miss. Prey.
Cassian Andor, wouldn't you rather give it all to something real?
This is what revolution looks like.
I'm tired of losing.
Andor, new trailer online now.
UK and a contributor to Geek Ireland, which is finally on the screen. Red Dead Redemption 2. He's also a Liverpool fan. He's from Cork, so he's not all grey. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Mick Murphy.
Just want to say, before we start, I absolutely am head over heels in love with all the fans of Red Dead Redemption 2. You've been very, very sweet these last couple of years since the game came out. And you always send me lovely bits of artwork. And this might be in the audience, you just brought me this today. And it makes my heart so happy. So thank you very much. This is the best gift in the world, is just meeting fans. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I really wanted to not like you because you're a Liverpool fan, but now you're out there ruining that.
I appreciate that, man.
First of all, how are you today, sir?
I'm good. I'm very good. Yeah, I'm really thrilled just to be home, back in Dublin, and having a great time. Yeah, having a ball.
So obviously the first Red Dead game was a massive hit.
Yeah.
Going into something like this, I think it's like the 8th biggest game of all time at the moment. Do you have any idea what you're going for? Is this like a Marvel movie where you're told, kind of, here, sit here, do this, and then we'll find out later?
Yeah, that's basically it. I've told this story to a few people, but like, even when I auditioned for Red Dead 2, they didn't tell me what it was, because Rockstar, they do brilliant work, they do great work, great products, but they keep their cards very close to their chest. So even when I did my audition, I didn't have a clue what it was for. And the very first day I went in to work on it, after I got the part, I bumped into my friend, Roger Clark, who I'd worked with in the past before Red Dead. And I just looked at him in his scuba suit covered in dots. And I was like, what is this all about? He's like, oh man, you'll find out eventually. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. This is that private thing I couldn't talk about for years. So yeah, there was a lot of secrecy around it. So it was kind of off you go and just figure it out as you go along. Yeah.
What was the actual audition? Because we had Magnus here from Assassin's Creed last year. And again, like you, he said he went in and it was a room with 4 cardboard boxes, 2 guys, one was smoking, and they went, take off your shirt, put dots on him, and jump around waving the sword. And is he like, okay, this is either an OnlyFans situation or I'm about to be murdered? And it wasn't until a couple of weeks later that you're showing him, oh yeah, you're actually jumping off of water. He's like, oh, okay, no, I get it now.
Yeah, my audition was funny. My agent called me and they were like, we got this thing just came through. We think you'd be perfect for it. And I was like, well, why would I be perfect? And they said, well, you're Irish for one. I says, okay, yeah, I'll be perfect for that. I said, what age is the character? And they said, he's about 23, 24. And I was like, I don't know if I'm perfect for that, pal, And he says, don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about the age. Just go in and do the audition. I went in and did the audition, and it had nothing to do with cowboys or horses or Tahiti or mangoes or anything like that. It was basically me taking the Mickey out of an English person and singing "God Save the Queen" in a really terrible Irish accent, just busting an Englishman's nuts, as we say in America, and that was the audition. And like I said, didn't have a clue. I called up a few English friends of mine when I found out I'd gotten the part. I told them, I said, yeah, I'm after getting this part. I don't know what it's for, and basically I just had to go and make fun of some English people, and all my English friends were like, oh, that's not very nice, Mickey. Come on, can't be doing that. But a job's a job. And I was, like I said, I felt like I played the lottery and won the jackpot. Yeah.
I'm sure all your Irish friends had a very different reaction. Sorry, go.
I am Irish, yes. I am indeed. From Dublin originally, but grew up in Cork, yeah. And been in New York for the last 22 years, yeah.
I was going to say, your Irish friends probably had a different reaction. You get paid to make fun of the
English.
You
get paid to make fun of English people. Like, yeah, this is bleeding brilliant.
Because it's part, like, my favorite part of the game is like the kind of the banter you're having back and forth, calling him King Arthur and things like that.
English Arthur and all that, yeah.
How much of that was, do you reckon, in the game already, or how much of that was based off the back of your audition? Like, this is part is really singing here. Let's go with that.
I think in the audition they just wanted to get a feel for someone who was a little bit cheeky, and it was funny actually because good kind of idea and key into who Sean could be. And the wonderful thing about working on a video game like this, which is really, it's a huge production. But you're given an awful lot of scope. You're given an awful lot of rope, to kind of create a character from the ground up. I've often said it's a lot more like theatre than films or television, because it's a very theatrical kind of experience. You get to kind of really inhabit a character and see the character develop over a long period of time. And of course, especially with a game like Red Dead, with the Van der Linde gang, there's so many of us, you know, there's a great kind of camaraderie amongst the cast. So all that kind of really kind of helped, you know. And the audition, like I said, the audition would have been the first step and the first key for me figuring out who this fella Sean Maguire is, you know. So that was it.
You're saying there about the scope, like over 2,000 people worked on the game. The
budget was 550 million. I assume that was your salary.
That was yeah. Let's not go there.
Like, how much of that, like, do you get to put in your own mark? You were saying they're kind of bits and bobs, but how much do you actually do? And how much is like, look, there's like literally billions of dollars riding on this thing. You're gonna do as you're told.
For a part like Sean, it was unusual because again, you're brought in, you're hired, you're the actor. And they're very good at kind of keeping everyone separate. They're very good at letting you know this is your job. Don't be worrying about anything else. Just come in, do your job, and it'll be grand. I didn't really have to worry about anything else. Just show up every day and just kind of do the best I could for Sean. In terms of my own work, it took me, I think I worked on it from 2015, to January 2015 to October, November 2018. That's when they started doing the online version as well. I didn't have a clue about the online. I was like, why am I coming back? The game is out and Sean is dead. Like, what's the story? And
I hadn't got to that part yet. Thanks.
What's that?
I hadn't got to that part yet.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, spoiler alert. If there's any non-fans of the game in the audience, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't happen. But yeah, they did. They gave you a lot of, as I said, a lot of rope to kind of work with and just kind of do your very best job. You know.
Just one thing about it, we've got microphones here, and here, or cool. If you want to just throw your hand if you have a question for Mick about
and there are no stupid questions, folks. You probably get a stupid answer, but there's no silly or stupid questions, so feel free, all right?
So finding out that you have got the gig, you're in Red Dead, do you play the original game? Do you, like, what's your process then after? Because I assume you can't tell pretty much anyone that this, because like you said, it's 2 years before the game is going to come out. There's hundreds of millions riding on it. Are you ever terrified now I'm going to get a few drinks into me and go, I might shot my death scene today?
No, I do have one funny story. Yeah, you have to sign all these NDAs. You can't be kind of broadcasting on social media. But my wife, I'm not sure if my wife is here, Jessica. You here, Jess? She mightn't have made it up here yet. We had a birthday party for her down in Cork a couple of years back while I was shooting Red Dead. We went home to my mum and dad's house. And we're in Cork. So, of course, after midnight, the sing-song starts, and they're all doing the noble call, and it comes to me. So they're like, Mick, give us a song. And I had a couple of pints. And, of course, I started, when I was just a lad, I met a girl from New Bordeaux. She had long hair and blue eyes, too, and da-na-na-na-na-na. And, of course, they were all like, Jesus, that's hilarious. That's brilliant. Where'd you get that song from? And I was like, can't tell you. But a couple of years later, when the game eventually came out, the cousins were all like, we heard the bleeding song. Yeah, Jesus, that's where it came from. Yeah, brilliant. So,
is it true when you did the audition you thought you was going to be a member of the IRA?
That's the vibe that I got. I thought, I hope I don't offend anyone in the audience, and I certainly don't want to get anyone knocking on my door at 4 o'clock in the morning with a balaclava at them, but I thought I was doing some sort of a promo for like, some groups that will remain unnamed up the north or somewhere. That's the vibe I got from it. It was like hardcore. But that was what they were looking for, I guess. And I guess I gave it to them. So,
Sinn Féin Redemption would be a very different game.
Exactly, yeah. It was like Chucky R outlaw for life,
What's that process like of doing the motion capture? You were saying there about doing the dots and everything being very much like theatre, but you kind of had a baseline with the original game and how well that looked. Was there ever parts of it you were going through going, this could look absolutely ridiculous?
I didn't have a clue what it was going to look like, but it was interesting. And again, Rockstar are great about making you feel comfortable. And it was weird. It was a weird process putting on the scuba suit, as I call it, with the dots. I was a little bit heftier at the time, and they feed you really well as well at Rockstar. So like at the start of the week, I would be a large. By the end of the week, I was squeezing into like an extra large scuba suit. But also with the cast, like with Roger and Ben and Rob, especially Rob Wheathoff, who played John Marston in the first game. He was really sweet, really lovely, and he always had great advice, always there to help. So, you know, it was one of those experiences where you were just surrounded by people who just wanted to help you do your best job all the time, you know. So I was really grateful for that. But it was definitely a different way of working. There was one scene which is quite a famous scene, which I love. There's a great scene with myself and Karen Jones in the tent, in the drunk scene. Yeah, hey. And Joe Armanox, who plays Karen Jones, she's the sweetest, loveliest person in the world. She's an amazing actor. But we were trying to do this scene where we're kind of making out in front of the tent. Now, we have these cameras on our heads and we're trying to get in close. There was no making out or anything like that. But
your wife's not here, so you can tell us.
I don't. Yeah, I was like, you know, yeah.
What I love is when you're chatting to people. I live in New York, and you'd be surprised how much times you'd be chatting to people, and it'll just come up in conversation. Like, I wouldn't be there going, you know, but it does come up in conversations with people, because I think gaming, you know, cosplay, gaming, everything that Dublin Comic Con is about has become so mainstream, and it's wonderful. It's brilliant to see it, because when I was growing up, you know, if you didn't play GA or soccer and weren't interested in that, then that was it. You know, there was nothing else. So to see cosplay and gaming really becoming mainstream is a wonderful thing. So it comes up in conversations, and it's always nice when you get a reaction from people. But funny quick story just about reactions about Red Dead. I was actually in Dublin when the game was released, because my grandmother unfortunately passed away the week before the game came out, and I came home for the funeral. And I'd been in New York, and people were sending me pictures. We were all sharing pictures from Tokyo and from Moscow and from all over the world. I was in New York. I was going by the Rockstar Studios. There's pictures of gorgeous King Arthur everywhere. Going through Times Square, looking at all the game shops, and the game is coming out, it's being released, it's all exciting. And that was fun, and that's when I realized this is a big deal. But it really hit me when I came home from my grandmother's funeral right before the game was released, and I was walking by Trinity College, and I think the 19A bus, or whatever it goes by with Arthur Morgan, Red Dead Redemption, Outlaws for Life in it. And that's when I was like, wow, this is cool. Like, you know, being in Dublin and seeing this, I was like, that's great. And then when the game did come out, my younger brother Gary, who I think might be here, I'm not sure, but he was home with me as well. And he went into a GameStop in Cork so he could get his Xbox, you know, get the Red Dead game for the Xbox. And he said it to one of the lads in the GameStop down in Cork. He said, oh, this is the fella that plays Sean Maguire in Red Dead Redemption 2. And the guy behind the counter says, what do you mean, the Yank with the dodgy Irish accent? What do you mean, boy, the Yank with the dodgy Irish accent, is it? I was like, yeah, thanks for that.
Weird things are the 19A that actually stops outside my house. Nothing going. The 19A is the bus that's the terminus is outside my house.
Oh, does it really? Yeah?
So if anyone wants to rob me.
Where does it go? Yeah, to get the 19A. He's not home now, so 6 people just ran out the door there.
I have nothing more to say. Funny thing you mentioned there about the accents. You actually you came 5th in an award on Reddit behind Daniel Day-Lewis for In the Name of the Father, John Hurt in The Field, Daisy Edgar Jones for Normal People, and Judi Dench in Philomena. Can you guess what the award you came 5th for?
I came 5th?
Yeah, you got 8,000 votes for this.
You serious? Yeah. That's mad. I gotta get on Reddit. That's crazy. I came 5th behind Judi Dench, Daniel Day-Lewis,
John Hurt, and Daisy Edgar Jones.
It's either the dodgiest Irish accent or a very good Irish accent, maybe, I don't know.
The best Irish accent from a non-Irish actor.
No. Are you serious? That's mental. That's going to make Roger Clark very happy because Roger, as you all know, is an American. He was born in New Jersey, but he grew up in Sligo. So every time I get talking to, in my mind, Roger is Irish. You know, he's not American, he's Irish. And that's always our conversation, is about all these fucking Yanks taking Irish parts and top of the morning to you and all this. And I'm always complaining to Roger about it, forgetting he's actually American, you know? But yeah, so nice. Okay, I'm not Irish, lads.
I don't know whether they think you're American or this is the whole People's Republic of Cork thing.
We're going to claim him back, no back, you know?
Got to take a question there?
Yeah.
I was just wondering how you started acting, like how did you get into it?
Great question. I was about 8 years of age and I went to a national school and I won't name it. And it was just a school that I didn't fit in, you know. And my mum took me out, she brought me to a place called Skull Barra in Ballincollig. And the minute I walked in that stage, and I was like, what's that? And he says, oh, this is where we do plays. And I was like, what are plays? And he says, well, you get to be someone else, you get to go up, you get to perform. And yeah, they were doing a musical version of Martin Luther King Jr. So in 1986, we had a bunch of kids down in Cork singing all sorts of songs, you know, and we got to learn about Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, the Million Man March. And it was the first time as a kid where learning was fun for me. And I just embraced it. I fell in love with it. And then every year there was a school musical, bang, there you go. And then we'd have the local pantomimes on in Ballincollig. That's where I grew up down in Cork. And I was always, every year, Buttons or The Cowardly Lion or something. And then I ended up working with the Irish Operatic Company in the Cork Opera House. And it just went from there, and I pursued it after school. I went to Inchicore College up here in Dublin. And I just kept it up. I just fell in love with acting. And for me, it was a great way just wicked. So keep it up, all right? Keep it up. And
Thank
know
you.
where it's going to take you.
I'll get you a free ticket.
Absolutely. Do that. I can't wait to see it. Oh yeah.
Step over here.
Oh yeah. How's it going?
How did you get lost in the Blackwater Heights?
How did I get lost in the Blackwater Heist? I think I probably fell asleep.
Yeah.
I fell asleep at the wheel and I woke up in Blackwater, and that was the first thing we shot actually when I started working on it. And I remember reading it that they found me hanging upside down. And what was really funny about that was I was thinking, how the hell are they going to do this? So they didn't actually hang me upside down. They just inverted the cameras. And I had to do one of these kind of acts like that. And yeah, that's it. I think that's how I ended up getting captured. I think I just fell asleep. There might have been a bit of a shootout, and I probably slacked off Dutch and Arthur too much, and they were like leaving behind. Thanks very much. Reese, yeah? Good to see you again, buddy. Cheers, man. Hey, Kate, how's it going?
Fantastic costume, brother.
It is a great costume, yeah. I met Reese this morning, and his family, brilliant. We go left or right? We go back. Great. Oh, yeah.
How long did it take you for them to call you back for Red Dead Online? Like, was it like a while after, or was it like literally immediately after you finished filming? Did they like tell you to come back and get back in the suits?
Yeah, it was pretty quick. It was pretty fast, and it was a surprise for me because like the game had come out, you know, and I knew the story. The game had come out, and yeah, it was. I think I started doing a bit of the online stuff maybe a month or two after the game had been released. Yeah.
So now it took like quite a bit of time. When did the Red Dead, like the online update came out like quite recently? So was it like was it in the works for a while?
It was in the works for a while, and they brought me back intermittently, like a few times over the course of the last year or two. Yeah. And like I said, I didn't have a clue. I'm like, what's online? What do you mean? Sean is still alive, giving out commissions and stuff. But yeah. So it happened pretty quick after that, yeah.
I remember when I literally was right after the update came out. I was walking about and I walked in and like, oh, got the whole, what the fuck, buddy? Like, what the fuck, buddy? What like pretty scene and everything. So it was like.
I remember that, yeah. I loved it.
Drops the crate. I was like, literally, I was out of my seat. So I was like, oh my god, it's Sean.
Yeah,
I was really, he's my favorite character in Red Dead.
Thank you so much. Don't tell me Pal Roger that. You might have something to say.
Do you play it yourself?
I played it quite a bit. Actually, you were mentioning about the original Red Dead earlier, and while I was working on Red Dead Redemption 2, just to kind of get a feel for it, I decided I'm gonna give this a go. Just kind of what's all this about? And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe the depth of the game. I couldn't believe how involved it was. I'm not a very good gamer. I try to play these things. I play FIFA. I know that's I usually play it on really easy, and I win the Champions League every year. I have a Cork City or Liverpool. I don't even think Cork City are in it right now. I think they're useless. But yeah, I did. I played Red Dead a bit, and then I started playing a bit of GTA 4, I think, and I gave it up after about a half an hour because I couldn't get on the bicycle first, and then when I eventually got on the bicycle, I couldn't get off the bloody thing, and I kept getting run over. And I was like, "What the hell is all this about?" I'm like, "Nah, GTA, no, God."
It's quite therapeutic as well, so you're missing the managers, you just got into the other room.
Yeah, I'm going to go into the other room, I'm going to try right now. Well, my problem is I go into the other room, I blow up the game, I end up punching my horse. And what I was trying to do, they're throwing sticks of dynamite at alligators by accident and punching my horse, that's all I do.
See, actually, Joe Rogan was talking for 10 minutes about like you're able to throw somebody into the alligator pit.
Yeah, I did that once. I love that actually. It was kind of a sick thing.
Your eyes went a bit crazy there.
I did, yeah, you just made my day there. The funny thing about it is, being here yesterday and today, everyone I've asked is high honor or low honor. And I don't know if you're all fibbing, but every single person, except one young man this morning, the lovely fella I met this morning, was the first one to tell me low honor. But everyone else in Ireland apparently is playing high honor. But
my favorite thing to do was to grab people and tie them up and throw them into the swamps and see the alligators kind of take over, you know? Yeah.
Sick.
Okay, next question.
Hi, Kay, how's it going?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
Fabulous, my dear. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too. This is kind of like a double barrel question.
Sure.
So obviously being an actor
and just being a normal human person in general, you've experienced some like hardships and rejections and stuff. What kind of advice would you give to somebody experiencing those hardships, not just in acting, but in general?
Well, acting is a really great type of acting is wonderful because it teaches you that. It teaches you that I hate the word rejection because rejection isn't necessarily part of the game. Sometimes it's just not the right place or the right time. So it teaches you to have a thick neck. It teaches you to realize that life happens and sometimes you just got to roll with it. And that suffering, rejection, things like that are just part of the game. And it really makes things like landing Red Dead Redemption or landing a part, like for every 100 parts I audition for, I might get in the door for maybe 5% of them. And sometimes a project will come along you might be right for, but it's not the right time. So acting is a great kind of therapeutic, it's great therapy to just understand that in life in general, some things just don't go your way. And you learn as you get older just to accept that. And what's really wonderful, it makes all the good times and all the little successes even nicer and happier, and you embrace them more. So yeah, that's my advice, is just sometimes just roll with it. And I, without getting too heavy either, I do firmly believe that there is no such thing as good or bad. It's how you react to it. It's your reaction to it makes it so, I think Shakespeare said that. Not with a Cork accent, but, something like that, yeah.
I feel you have to do that from the other side with the Origin Theatre. How do you do that to somebody who's like auditioning to try and get in or wants a part? Like, how do you handle, being the person who's, I know you don't like the word rejection, but
Yeah.
for want of a better term?
I think the key is just to encourage people to come in. Be kind. Kindness is the greatest gift you can give anyone. Just be kind to everyone. There's a great saying, like, the people you meet on your way up, you'll probably see them on the way down. So, if kindness is a wonderful thing. And you can always, I think, especially professional actors, they know that they're either right or not for the job. And there's usually only one job, and there's thousands of people going for it. And in the case like Red Dead Redemption 2, hundreds of thousands probably, people sending in their resumes and agents banging on the phone. So it's just something you just learn to accept, and again, just be kind with people and let people know. And I mean, I have some of my best friends in the world work in casting, and sometimes they give you a call for something and sometimes they don't, and you just get on with it, I think Kate, I talk Kate. Hi, yeah, good to see you, thanks.
Question over here?
Hello.
Hiya, how's it going?
What aspects of Sean do you relate to?
What aspect of Sean do I relate to?
Yeah.
I relate to his Irishness. I relate to, there's a journalist, Cian Maher, he wrote for Eurogamer. He's a wonderful, wonderful journalist, and he did a great piece on Sean not long after the game came out. And I think he said something along the lines of, he knew he was Irish because he looked like he kept pigeons or something like that, or he kind of, the way he walked and all. And yeah, again, Rockstar gave me so much scope to be able to do whatever I wanted with Sean, that I was able to kind of imbue him with a real sense of where I believed he was from. So I really do relate to that. I think Sean brought a lot of crack to the game, because it's a heavy game. I mean, this isn't Sonic, it's heavy stuff, and it brings you on a massive, massive emotional roller coaster. And it's the one thing, I mean, you get the camaraderie in the gang and everything, and you get the heaviness of the game and that you're on this big quest. But the great thing about Sean was, from the very start, and I know he's a pain in the arse from the beginning, I know he's annoying, but he doesn't apologize for it, and he brings a great sense of crack to the camp. And that's the bit that I loved. I loved the bit like where you go back and they're having a sing-song around the campfire. Actually, the first time I played the game, I was clueless, and I rescued Sean, and he went off back to the camp, and I decided, no, Sean's rescued, that's my job done. I went off fishing, and I robbed a few deer and stuff like that, and got drunk and went for a massage and all the rest of it. And I went back to the camp the next day, not realizing that it's real time. And everyone was passed out, asleep and hungover. And like, I just missed 6 months that I spent singing songs and everything else because I was off catching deer. So I had to go back to the beginning to play it all over again just to see all the work I'd done. But certainly that sense of friendliness and crack is the thing I think that Sean brings to the game. And as much as I hate Rhodes, and as much as I hate what happened, which I'm not going to mention, I think it was a stroke of genius in the game, because it really kind of brought the reality of the situation with what happens to Sean, and they just take that crack away, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, this is desperate. And then you really realize like the Arthur's struggle and the gang's fracturing kind of, in my mind anyway, kind of comes from that point. So yeah, don't take the crack away.
It's almost instant, like the second that scene happens, Arthur's entire demeanor just changes, and he's like, you kind of see he did have a great reverence for him, even like saying like, bury him there, bury him facing over the cliff, give him something nice, and you two gobshites, you know, you're as responsible for this as he is.
And not even Arthur, but also you start to see the lines. That's where the lines start to crack. That's where you start to see, you really start to, you have a sense of who Micah is, and you have a sense of how they're all going to fall by the end of the game. But that's the first moment where you see, oh wow, like we're not playing around here. Like this is an emotional roller coaster. It's a serious story, and yeah, for me anyway, that's the beginning of it. That's where it's like, wow, yeah, you know.
Question here, please.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
Good to see you, pal.
So, like, my question is, you got a lot of rope with like the script and your character. Did you get to ad lib? And if you did any of it actually make it into the game?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. And Rockstar were really brilliant about. They were really trusting. They were very trusting of all their actors, and every single person. I believe they were all cast really, really brilliant. As far as ad-libbing, yeah, there'd be some days where they'd ask me, would an Irish person say this? And I'd be like, no, an Irish person would say feck. Or an Irish person would say something like grand or something like that. The funniest one is Colm O'Driscoll. I was driven mental from day one, because everyone was going on and saying, hey, Colm O'Driscoll, hey, Colm, what's going on, Colm? I'm like, what the hell is Colm? Like, can't they speak English? C-O-L-M is Colm. Like, what's the problem, lads? And I mentioned it to Roger one day, and I said it to him. I said, like, what's the story? They're all pronouncing Colm wrong. He's like, I know, man. He says, they won't listen to me because they just think I'm a Yank. And I said it to a few people. I said, you're saying this all wrong, lads. This isn't right. And about 2 months later, I got a script, and we had to learn our scripts on the fly because they were very secretive. So I got my script a couple of months later for a scene with Kieran Duffy, where I'm threatening to beat him up because he's pronouncing Colm wrong. So yeah, there was a little bit of ad-libbing, and they were also very open to our own suggestions about the characters. So yeah, there was a little bit of that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, man. Brilliant to meet you and your mom, man. Thanks a million.
Question here.
How you doing?
All right. Yeah, did you have any deleted scenes in the game?
On my phone.
No, like
€20. I'm sure there was. I mean, listen, there was. I mean, the game took 7.5 years to make. I'm sure there must have been stuff that didn't make it into the final cut. I must have been, but I wouldn't be privy to any of that. Like, you know, they wouldn't let me know. But yeah, I mean, they were working on this thing for. I mean, the actual creation of the game was 7.5 years. I did it for 3.5. And I'm sure they must have had some deleted scenes, all right. But there's definitely deleted scenes that I worked on that I messed up because I was too knackered or something like that. Some of the actors were great at going in and getting it all done in one take. Yeah. I would go in and warm up a little bit and then get it done. Yeah. So there's lots of my stuff probably ended up on the cutting room floor. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see some of them actually. It'd be brilliant to see some.
Thanks.
But lovely question. Appreciate it, buddy.
Just on that question there, how much of that kind of method acting do you get to do? So you do get like a call sheet, okay, I'm doing 2 hours of grunts today. I was like, all right, grand, I'm going to go on the lash tonight now, just sitting there going, Arthur.
Yeah. Again, for me, every actor has their own process, and without getting too heavy on all that, for me, it's always rooted in some bit of reality, you know. And actually, for me, I used to drive out to the studios. The studios were about 20 miles from where I live. I live in Manhattan. And we used to drive out to the studio. So every morning I'd be driving out. Part of my process was to I would actually get on my iPhone and stick on like 2FM and all these, or FM 104.
Spin 103.
Spin, yeah. I'd stick on like Irish radio stations just to get myself in the headspace. And I'd listen to some podcasts and things like that, just to get the head right, you know. And the thing for Sean as well, like I would work maybe 1 or 2 days in January, and then I'd come back in February, and then I might come back for a couple of days in March. So there'd be a lot of downtime in between. So trying to kind of maintain like the steady kind of flow of the character and grow it at the same time was it was a lot of work, you know. But again, because Rockstar are just so good, like the people who were in there, They would celebrate you when you come in, and they'd remind you who Sean was. You know, they'd remind you in case you forgot. So I had a lot of help. You know?
I really thought when you said I was putting on, you were going to say put on horse sounds going in. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be out there. I'd be like, if you're looking for a ride, I have a horse outside. I was, singing all those going in to do Sean. Yeah.
Next here.
Hi, Nicola.
Hi, Mick.
How are you?
Just wondering that if Sean existed in the present day, what would his karaoke song be?
What was Sean's karaoke? Oh my God. Sean's karaoke song. Me and Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Karen Jones. We got a thing going on in John's tent. I guess that would be it, yeah. A great one. I never thought of that actually, but I love it. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're a star. Thanks, Nicola. Nicola has an amazing podcast, actually, everyone. It's called Around the Campfire, and she's been doing it now since the game came out. So if you're looking for a really great podcast with lots of Red Dead content, tune in. And my other friend Kay, who's in the audience, has What Would Kay Say? It's another wonderful podcast, and she's interviewing Roger and Nolan North and Troy Baker and all these great people. I think I'm in there as well, very early on, but amazing work. And I will say again, just about all the fans of the game, it's been a wonderful experience for me to see you and so many more fans just creating artwork, creating podcasts, and just contributing so much more to the Red Dead community than I ever could. So thank you all. Appreciate it. How are you?
You know, you came from a theatre background. You remember everyone's name, everyone's story.
I'm not that great at remembering. I used to run a bar for a long time, and I remember drinks, but I could never remember names. And a face would come in and be like, that's Bacardi and Coke. That's, yeah. So, yeah. How are you?
Hi, how are you? Just wanted to know, what was your favourite part in actually shooting, and do you have any funny stories that you'd like to share?
Yeah, every day was brilliant. Every day was a great laugh. A lot of the great stuff happened in the green room when we'd be waiting to go in, and the friendships that I kind of formed with some of the other actors was great. I have a real soft spot for Lenny, for Harron Atkins, who played Lenny. Me and him used to have a great time, and there's one or two lovely scenes where Lenny's trying to teach me how to read and everything. And that's the wonderful thing about the game as well, is we all got on really well, but it also kind of matched up with the characters. Peter Blomqvist, who plays Micah, who's a really, really lovely guy. He's the best in the world. But while we were working on it, I felt afraid of him. But he was great crack. He was funny, but he just had this kind of thing about him, and so that was something that I really, really enjoyed in the process. In terms of the game, every day was a blast. I think I remember the scene where I'm on the train and I get my head splattered in. I get the butt of a rifle. That was a lot of fun because, again, it's motion capture. So we were actually running through a whole bunch of a set that was set up for us, which was set up like a train, like even the gaps. So we had to run over the gaps and all this, and I opened the door and bang, in the head. And you could hear Arthur shouting at me, and you idiot, all this sort of stuff. That was fun. And my very first day on the job was the scene where I'm being rescued. And it's the scene where he's coming up the river and they got the binoculars on him and you can see the guys beating him up. And that was a lot of fun because it was my first day on the job and you can't really hear Sean in it. There's a scene, I think, where Arthur says, well, he must be giving them hell. But in the actual filming of it, they had like a pad up against me and I had them kicking me, like actually giving me boots. And as I've got the pad on me, your man's giving me an old kick. I'm like, yeah, come on, your mother kicks back quick, harder than that. I was slagging them all off. So from day one, again, they gave me enough rope to do what I wanted. And it was a lot of fun that first day. So I think that day was where I really was like, this is interesting, this is fun. And that kind of stayed in my memory forever. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Hello, how are you? Are we going lefties or righties? Sorry. Cool.
Okay, I was wondering, what's your favorite video game that you've played or that you've watched someone play on YouTube?
I'm a little older, so my favorite video game, it was a game from 1986 called Platoon. It was an old movie in the 80s. And I remember I woke up one Christmas morning and I came downstairs and Santa Claus had come and left a Commodore 64. And I was like, oh my God. And it was Platoon. It was based on the movie, the Oliver Stone movie. And it was a great game. And the great thing about Platoon, this is like an old 8-bit 1986 video game. the second level was first player, and you were actually in character in these tunnels, trying to fight the Viet Cong and all this. And I remember that staying with me, thinking, this is amazing. Like, I'm actually in the person here doing it, and that always stayed with me. I love the classics. I love Mario. So obviously, I'm having a brilliant time sitting next to Charles downstairs. Absolutely love Mario. I love Sonic. I love watching people playing Red Dead online. I really do. Or on YouTube. I love watching people I love catching everyone else's experiences. Like, for me, I love tying people up and throwing them off bridges. I love seeing other people collecting artifacts. And I heard a story recently about a group of female gamers who got together during COVID because they couldn't ride their horses anymore. So they all came together and go online and just ride horses together. And I was thinking, that's just so beautiful and cool. So yeah, that's something I really, really enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lovely question. I appreciate it.
Platoon as a game, like the Commodore had some insane ideas. Like on Saving Private Ryan is on the PlayStation.
I know. Could you imagine? Yeah. Well,
like
that was
Call of Duty
thing.
kind of.
Back in the 80s with video games, like all the movies had video games. And you've Mr. Weller downstairs, Peter Weller downstairs today, RoboCop. I remember RoboCop being a video game. And again, there was a time where the movies was the big thing, and all the video game industry was like basically recreating your favorite movie in the video game to be a part of it. So creative, and now it's amazing to see people making video games like Red Dead Redemption, and they're creating TV shows like Westworld, like it's inspiring them. So it's come full circle. So it's really cool, Oh yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
First of all, love the game and love your characters. One
thank
of my
you so
favorites.
much.
It's just one of the best games I've played ever. I suppose my question is just that because of the the partnership between Arthur and Sean, and we know what happens with the game. If Sean had survived, how would he feel about Arthur? What happened with him and everything that happened afterwards with the gang, like how it all broken up. Because we see how John is in the epilogue and everything else, and we know like Uncle and a few other characters you might meet along the way. Like if he survived, like how would he feel about it? Like how would?
I think Sean definitely would have sided with Arthur and John, not just because I think he's a good guy, because I do, but I also think there's a certain honor in Sean, and I don't know if you picked this up in the game yourself, but Sean he's hardcore about principles, and he talks about his dad being a principled man, and my dad always says no, politics is politics. So even though Sean, he's illiterate and he can't write, he's a very principled individual, and I think that's a huge part of that. Goes back to your question earlier about or one of the other guests had about something that I identified with, is there is a certain honor in Sean, and I definitely think he would have gone down with Arthur. I think he would have been on Arthur's side. I know he talks about Dutch rescuemen and all the rest of it, but definitely I do believe Sean was definitely, to me, Sean was Arthur's younger brother. And just something to let you in on, Roger Clark used to work in a restaurant down the block from a bar that I used to own. And we used to do readings of plays upstairs in my bar. He would audition for, we kind of knew each other beforehand. And again, Rockstar, I don't think they knew that, but that's the key to good casting, is finding people who work really well together. And I think it comes across in the game that, Sean really does. For all the slagging he gives Arthur, I think he really looks up to him and he wants to be like him, Especially that scene where he's practicing, he's doing his homework and he's shooting the bottles. I think Sean definitely would have come down with John and Arthur, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, thank you.
A question here in this
How are you? How's it going?
Hi, I'm good, thanks. So I have a question and a half. What's the silliest part about doing motion capture, and in what part of the game did you find the silliest to film? Like, you're having mad fun, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, again, the silliest part about motion capture is just, again, for me, it was the first time I did it, and it was just it's just strange. The worst part about it is when you're sitting down in the suit, and you end up sitting in an awkward position, and you wake up with a bruise on your arse. You're like, Jesus, I must have been working yesterday. That's the hard part. That's the hardest part about motion capture, is finding little bruises everywhere. The preparation, you're talking about preparation as an actor and getting into the character, but because it's very technical, there's a lot of technical preparation as well. So you'd be going in, you'd be getting dressed, you have people helping you with the costume and all the rest of it, or the mocap suit. That for me was the weirdest, silliest kind of thing, you know. But you kind of got used to that after a while. In terms of the game, when we were making it, the whole experience on a certain level was just surreal and silly and mad. And I know I went to drama school here in Inchicore, and I think there are a few drama schools around the world now who are starting to kind of bring motion capture in. I think it's a really great skill for actors, for young artists and actors to really kind of get to know, because that's where it's going. I mean, they're using motion capture in movies now and stuff like that. And again, for anybody, I get this question a lot about people starting out in acting, and people always ask, they want to become a voice actor. I would say, like, you know, go to your local schools. If you have a drama class in school and stuff like that, get involved. You may not become an actor, but you may actually find something in the industry that you love that you get involved in as well. And it's really important to get that base kind of grounded level, and that's where you can get your education. And it all, look, I grew up wanting to be a cowboy. I grew up playing cowboys and Indians, and Jesus, I ended up doing it for a living for a few years. So it's all mad and it's all silly, but yeah.
Yeah, it must be surreal.
It is very surreal. It's surreal looking at the game and playing the game and hearing your own voice and stuff like that. And there's a lot of things that come back to you, you know, but it's very surreal, and it's all very silly, but it's really lovely and wonderful.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Before you go, is that a Nightman Comet t-shirt?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
The Nightman Comet?
The Nightman Comet.
I love it. I actually
What's your favorite song of the musical?
I was going to actually wear my Always Sunny shirt today. Yeah, I love that show so much. The Nightman, fighter of the day,
It gets
man.
stuck in your head for weeks.
It does, yeah. Champion of the sun, he's a master of karate and friendship to everyone. Day man. There you go.
Thank you.
I don't think Always Sunny's going to hire me now, you know. Never know, yeah.
Next question, Evan.
Oh, yeah, C. Is that C?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, how are you? This is C, everyone, who did an amazing bit of artwork. So could I get a round of applause for C?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely love it.
I know in an interview, Benjamin once mentioned that after having done his part in one of the high honor death scenes that he'd cried afterwards. I was wondering if you had any scenes that you felt really emotionally attached in, or if you had been given the chance to have one really emotional scene, what aspects of Sean do you think you would have liked explored?
Yeah, I unfortunately with Sean, like, you know, I feel he didn't get enough time. Again, I think it was a great move because they really drew you in and brought you on an emotional roller coaster. I didn't find out about Rhodes until the day we were doing it. I had all these, I'm like, why does my line end? Like, you know, I could have told you that. And then it just ended. And they told me right before we shot it. And that was a hard one. That was a tough one because I didn't know, you know. It was also the first time I think I'd done any work on the game where death was involved. So kind of for me up to that point, I kind of had that feeling of, this is all fun and games, this is great crack, I'm enjoying it. And then it really hit me that day. I was kind of annoyed about it for a while after. That kind of hit me a bit. Learning about the arc of Arthur, that kind of shook me as well. And playing the game when he meets Thomas Downs, when I got to that point, I was like, oh God, this is pulling on the Creed, the British McCree here. The old Creed is going to get a bit sore with this one. Yeah, that was a rough one. Again, like I said, I had a lot of fun, but there was that when I found out about my particular scene, that was a tough one for me to swallow and kind of get over. But then the next time I came in to do some work about 2 months later, the animators were telling me this is, oh man, it's amazing. It looks brilliant. You're going to love it. And they did an amazing job. It's kind of a video nasty. So, you know, it looked great. They did a great job, so I was delighted in the end. But yeah, certainly. And also actually learning about Karen's arc, you know, that was kind of devastating for me too. That kind of shook me a bit. But yeah, really great question, C. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, we're getting the wrap-up signal there. Just one thing quickly before you go. I saw an interview with Henry Cavill saying he would love to play Arthur in a game.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Let's say, you know, you're 25 now, you can't play Sean anymore. Who would you like to see him play him in live action?
My younger brother, Gary, or my cousin, Niall. They're great actors. They're hilarious. I think they do a great job. In terms of famous people, Asher, go big or go home. Brad Pitt. Absolutely. He's almost as good looking as Sean, you know. And I'd like to just say, if anybody wanted to ask any questions, and we are wrapping up, if you want to come down to the booth and ask me a question, feel free. Sure, yeah. All right, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'd be delighted to answer anything. If you have any questions, please come down and check it out. I'd be delighted to meet you.
Mick's down on the floor just below us, so if you want, if you have anything, just come down to him there. Yeah. Could talk to you all day. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Mick Murphy.
Thank you so much.
There's something out there. I've never seen anything like it.
Prey.
Welcome to a land of might, magic, and metal. Join us for TTRPG content that puts the metal back in the phrase. Holy God, that's metal as hell. Join Sid, Con, and Fink as they tour their way across the land of Letuan, taking on all manner of monsters, aberrations, and the foulest foe of all, mankind's hubris. Heartfire Tales is an Irish TTRPG podcast, streaming now on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Stay dangerous.
Prey. Watch the full trailer online now.
I am a lawyer who do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
The Book of American Law.
There's something out there. I've never seen anything like it.
Prey.
More and more eccentric superhumans are coming out of the woodwork. We're going to launch a division for them. And I want the She-Hulk to be the face of it.
Jennifer Waters. Nana stay.
I have a serious conflict of interest. This man tried to kill my cousin, Bruce.
Yeah, that's quite all right.
Oh. Jen, do your thing. God, I really like this outfit. I'm not proud of this.
Whether you like it or not, you're a superhero.
Let's do this.
Our universe is on the edge of a precipice.
I am a lawyer. We do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
No, the Book of American
I was gonna say, yeah, I cannot be the one who like did not help Dan when he broke the chair.
I didn't break it. It was already broken.
Well, how are you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. We've been very excited to have you here because we've actually been trying to get you for a number of years at this stage.
Yeah.
But it's not your first time in Ireland though. You've been here a few times.
No, I've been here. I've been to Dublin for LeakyCon or WizardCon or both sometime in the past. Yeah, I like it here.
And we're definitely happy to have you here as well. And
I can tell. Look at this. This is incredible.
So one thing I wanted to start with to ask you about is actually one of your newer projects that you've worked on called The Offer. So Paramount Plus actually just landed in Ireland now just the end of June. So while I know it aired in the States earlier on this year, it's still actually quite new to us. And you portray, which is probably one of the most difficult roles I think on that cast, Francis Ford Coppola. And how much pressure did you feel taking on that role?
A lot of pressure. Yeah, I mean, he's Francis Ford Coppola. So, yeah, I had a lot of pressure leading up to it. But then I got there in rehearsals, and Dexter Fletcher, who's a great director, he really was like, "You got it, mate. You're him, mate. You're him." And I was like, "All right, I'm him." You know, and I just believed it, and he really pumped me up with a lot of confidence, and so then the rest of it was just a joy. I was like, all right, I trust him, and I think we got some gold. Yeah, have you guys seen it, The Offer, yet? Not one damn person.
It is very new on the screens.
It's on Paramount Plus. If you like The Godfather.
So The Offer is about basically how the Godfather was made and the producers behind it and all the struggles, because it was actually the studios weren't really keen to have it made back in the day, so it was a fight, and here we are like 50 years later now.
Yeah, the studios didn't want it. The Cosa Nostra, the mafia, was like, "You don't make a movie about us." They were upset about it. Yeah, they had to win over. It was like insurmountable odds. They had to win over so many people just to get the movie made, and now it's The Godfather. It's wild. Yeah.
And it must be so gratifying when you do see like the reviews come in, especially when it is a performance that you were kind of like a bit nervous about taking on in the first place. So when you see the glowing reviews that have been coming in, not only for the show but for you in particular as well, that must be so like it's a satisfying result.
Yeah, that is helpful. Yeah, the critics. It's amazing. Like, yeah, a lot of critics were just like, "Don't see this show. How dare they even attempt to even talk about The Godfather?" And then you look at the viewers' scores, and it's like 100%. Everyone loves it. So I don't understand that discrepancy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were a lot of critics that were like, "Yeah, Fogler does, is great as Coppola," but like, how do you crap on everything else? It's crazy. There's so much to love about the show. People who have actually seen it love it.
That's your cue to go watch it.
Get a lot of beautiful compliments about it. No, I'm pretty convinced that a lot of the critics didn't even watch it.
That might explain it, actually.
Yeah.
But you are actually a man of many talents, and is it true that you actually are quite a fan of sculpting?
Yeah.
What kind of sculpting do you do? Is it like wood or clay, or what's your medium?
Granite. No, I just chiseling granite all day. Yeah. No, I do like air drying gray clay, basics. Yeah, I got into it as a kid. It was weird. I had a birthday party. I was like 5. and I got as one of my presents was like a rainbow clay kit. And my parents were like, where's Dan? You know, and I like disappeared. And they found me with the Sunday funny papers. And I was making like full-on 3D versions of the cartoons. You know, Popeye, Garfield, Mickey Mouse, Snoopy, just lining them up. And my parents were like, holy, wow. And it was wild. So I just had this like that inherent ability. And then I just been kind of, as a hobby over the years, kind of like a meditative thing. I'll do some sculpting. Yeah. I always thought that if I didn't make it as an actor, I'd probably be like sculpting something on the side of the road, just being like, would you like this? You know?
Which, you know, like, if that's what your passion is, and I'm sure you probably would have put as much into that as you have with your acting career, because, like, for me, I'm kind of like, I'm now sitting on the stage here with a Tony Award-winning actor, which for me is just, like, you know that you're, like, a fantastic actor for all these different mediums, and then to hear that you have all these other skills as well, you know, it's always fascinating from my point of view, because then we can talk about a lot of different things.
Yeah, it's like, I'm very heavily right-brained. That's the left side, Dan. I'm very heavily right-brained. And
You were doing the mirror image for the audience. That's what was going on.
Well, and I got some wiring crossed along the way. And when that happens, you usually have a lot of different multi-hyphenate things you have in the arts, I find.
For sure. And were you able to apply that when you had to go through all of the vigorous table tennis training for Balls of Fury? Because you guys had to do a lot of training for that film.
I did. My rotator cuffs were raw after that.
What did I do? Yeah, we had a bronze medalist, Olympic ping pong bronze medalist, husband and wife team that were on set. If you saw the movie, who saw Balls of Fury? Anybody? Nice. Yeah, that's going on.
Yeah, that's going on to be like a little cult classic. I'm going to Disneyland. Yeah. Never went to Disneyland. That's one of his catchphrases. But anyway, so yeah, like a lot of people ask me like, "Hey, so did you become a really good ping pong player?" And I was like, "Yeah, I guess during I was okay, but I hardly played ping pong. It was all CGI, and we had the bronze medalists off camera, and they were working with the timing of it because they were like experts at the timing. So they'd be off camera going, ping, pong, ping, pong, and then they took it out of the, in post. But we were just hitting air. I was just like, it's very silly what we do for a living.
I was going to say the joys of movie making.
What was that last part? I had like a weird burp escape from my neck. Did you guys hear that? Back there you did.
I was going to say, I thought that was the chair, but
no, I'll blame it on the chair.
You could have gotten away with it.
I'm just going to fly backward on this chair.
So
wait, what was your question?
I was going to say, so now when you do see any like table tennis and things like that, do you ever sort of go up and be like, hey, come on, I'm going to show off these skills, and you're sort of like, okay, now where's the CGI ping pong ball?
Yeah. No, I like show up at ping pong parlors and everyone's just like, run! We don't want to play him.
But you all look like you had so much fun making that film. Is it a fond memory to sort of look back on the experience?
Yeah. Yeah, that was, I got to work with obviously Chris Walken, which was like dream come true. And that's the reason I did it. I read the script and I was like, Balls of Fury, this title needs some work. And what kind of movie is this? And I was like, Chris Walken's doing it? Okay, great. So I'll do it if Chris is doing it. But there were times on set where I was like, I had those pointy ass mutton chops, and I was like, why did I make that decision? And then, because I had to wear that off camera too. It's awful. And the short shorts and the rhinestone and the tight, Def Leppard t-shirts. I was like, man, is this a good look for me? I don't know, man.
Certainly was an iconic look.
Yes, it's become iconic. But at the time, I was like, did I make the right decision here? And yeah, but it turned out to be the right decision.
I was dying to
Working
ask
with
you.
Chris was incredible.
He's brilliant, and I also have just been dying to ask you: was that your real hair? Also, did you grow it out, or was that a wig?
That was my real hair. Yeah, I got a funny story about that. Because my hair is like super long, and it's actually pretty close to how it is now. I just have it all up in a hat. But someone's swooning. Woo! Or is that a baby crying? First time I met Chris. So I walk up, and the director comes to introduce me. And Chris was like a big ping pong fanatic. So he had his like his Ming the Merciless flowy purple satin pants on, and just like a regular t-shirt and the wig. It is crazy bouffant wig with like a giant braid with like a spike at the end of it. He was like trying wigs on. And he was in this outfit watching a ping pong match. And Ben Garant walks up, and I look crazy. I got my hair is like flowing, and I got the short shorts. He's like, hey, I want to introduce you to Chris. And I shake his hand. He's like, hey. And I shake his hand, and I'm just like freeze. I don't know what the hell to say. I'm like, oh my God, I'm talking to Chris Walken. and he kind of breaks the ice, and he goes, hey, Dan, this isn't my real hair. And I'm like, and all I could think to say is, oh, wow. Yeah, no, this isn't my real hair either. And he goes, no way. And he tries to remove my hair. And he's like pulling at my head. I'm like, no, it's real. It's real. And he's like, why would you say that, Dan? I was like, why would you try to pull my hair off? He's like, Dan, never tell anyone it's not your real hair when it's your real hair.
I love
that was the first time I met him.
Wise words to live by.
Yeah. Always tell people when it's your real hair.
Well, I know a lot of people are probably going to ask a few questions on this other, little TV series that you worked on with, The Walking Dead.
Uh-huh.
You managed to actually make it back for the last couple of episodes. How was it to,
What are you talking about?
Oh.
What?
Eh?
What did you just say?
Were you coming back for the last few episodes?
Oh, you said I managed to. I don't know. You were like trying to finagle something there.
What was it like going back after all these years?
I can't answer that. What are you trying to get me to say? I can't answer that. The fact that I can't say that I've been back should tell you something.
See, I thought it had been announced, so I'm very sorry about that.
You said who? What the hell?
I thought that had been announced.
Oh.
It's
there's some people that are saying, yeah, there's something on IMDb or... Yeah. I haven't been told officially I can say anything yet, so I'm just keeping...
Cool, well then we will shimmy right along with my next question.
Yeah. As far as you know, I'm in Oceanside, I'm having kids with Jules. That's it.
Cool, I'm just sort of like, how many questions did I have as follow-ups on that I can't ask anymore? So all right, we're good. So...
Can't really tell you what's that.
Well, then we will move swiftly along to another project that you have on your resume that, again, I know a lot of people are probably going to ask you about. Fantastic Beasts. Jacob, he has been, I think, a lot of people's favorite character. And when you were taking on the role, was there any part of you that was actually kind of disappointed that you weren't a wizard? Or were you kind of like delighted that, you didn't have to go through all the wand training and the wand school that they had?
Well, I'm very magical in real life. So it was a stretch for me to play someone who was not magical. No, in that first movie, there was that line where I was like, I want to be a wizard. That was Dan. I was like, man, I want a wand and I want to be, have powers and and they made a whole ad campaign out of that. I want to be a wizard. And Yeah. And so, yeah, it's like being in a Western and they don't give you a gun or, it's like, but it's a great character. I always like, because I love Star Wars, I'm like, oh, he's like, I'm like Han Solo because I'm not a Jedi, but I still go into the battle, I don't know. I was trying to inflate my own ego there. But, yeah, I mean, I eventually get to hold a wand in this last one, which is great. They're slowly, like, letting me be a wizard slowly, very slowly. I don't know. Maybe if we get to do a couple more movies, I'm hoping that because his heart's so big or something, that he's just got a lot of magic already in him, dormant.
Definitely, because he was the character that I think everybody was kind of able to identify with the most, because he was kind of like on the outside looking in, even though he was still like a part of it. He wasn't, totally able to do exactly what everybody else was doing. And then at the end of the first one, everybody's seen the first one, right? Before I say this last sentence, when he gets his memory wiped, and it is just one of those like heartbreaking moments, because it's kind of like he's being cast out of the group. Now we know that you do get to come back and things like that, but it was like from an audience's perspective, he was the one that everybody was able to identify with, and the way you portrayed him, I think everybody was like, yep, we feel that passion. It's like, yeah, we would, if people wanted to be a wizard, like that's the way that they would feel too.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, he's like your Sherpa basically into the world.
He's the heart of the group as well.
Yeah, I'll let you say that.
Well, on that note, we do have 2 microphones, so
Oh.
if people would like to ask some questions, because I'm sure you're sick and tired of listening to me ask all the questions. So we've got 1 microphone here and 1 microphone here. Don't be shy.
Everyone's tired.
So the way we'll do it, we'll probably
We're
go like 1 on 1, although no one's on that side yet, so we'll go here.
Hi.
Oh, where are you? Wait, who said hi? Oh, hi.
I love your character Luke on The Walking Dead. I felt like he was a bit of a breath of fresh air in like an otherwise really intense environment. What was it like to go from like shooting like a really intense scene to then doing like the more lighthearted scenes, like with the music? Was that something that was like personal to you, or was that like totally new for you?
I mean, there was a lot of new things that were introduced to me on that show. And I love doing the action stuff. It's like my favorite stuff, is to be wielding that crazy mallet, smashing zombie heads. Like, that's what I signed up for. I want to crush zombie heads. You know? And they let me do that every once in a while. But that was my favorite stuff.
Cool.
I learned stuff about myself that was like, wow, okay, I guess I can do action sequences in 100-degree weather with a blazer on, with a jacket on.
Nice.
That was crazy. And I learned how to ride horses. I'm just a city boy, I was like scared shitless of that. I got on a horse, and it became very meditative and zen, and I was like, I like this, because you have to like be calm so they're calm.
Yeah.
And shooting arrows, that was cool.
It's always fun.
Didn't know I could shoot arrows. And then like I sing, but I don't play musical instruments or anything. So I had to learn a little bit of guitar for the show. I had to learn so much for the show. I love that, It's like you have to really learn new skills to survive, and it's a huge parallel to the universe. And does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks so
beautiful.
much.
Thank you. Right, this side.
what was it like on the set of The Goldbergs?
Hey, I should say, shit. I usually bring, for people who ask questions, I usually bring something. Okay. Come here. Who asked the question? You asked the last question, Miss City Downey. Come here. Come here.
Okay.
I want to give you okay, I'm going to give you like a special thing to say to me. You come up to the table later and I'll give you something free. Okay, come here.
Do.
Okay.
That's not scary. That's what I call my kids.
Nobody listening.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Okay, this got interesting now, didn't it? Okay, who's up next?
So this gentleman is asking, what was it like on the set of the Goldbergs?
Wait, can you ask it as Captain Sparrow? I love it, man. Who watches the Goldbergs? I'm gonna go. I can talk about this. I'm gonna go and do a couple more episodes. So, because I haven't been on the show for a while because I've been busy, but they're gonna give me like a couple.
Dirt over there if you want to see it.
What happened?
I have a jar of dirt over there.
A jar of dirt.
Yes, from the movie.
Is that from an episode that I'm not?
From Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, that's wonderful. So.
I know.
Yes, show me the dirt later. But I love that show because I get to like drive all these cool cars. I get to drive a DeLorean. I drove the kit car from Knight Rider. Oh my God. It's like every time I'm on the show, they just give me these cool cars to drive. So that's my favorite part of the show. All right, come here. I'm going to tell you a secret thing.
Again, everybody talk amongst yourselves.
All right, who's up next?
We're going over this side.
Holy shit!
Don't fall.
I might make a note for backstage if we can swap out the chair.
Okay, my question is from Fanboys.
Okay.
That movie took a while to get released because of some of the changes that were going on behind the scenes. How difficult is it sometimes to get callbacks for reshoots and stuff like that when you've already finished the film and kind of moved on to other projects usually?
Right. So you mean like right, we had to do that for Fanboys.
Yeah.
Yeah. They finished the film. 2 years passes. And you're like, we're going to do some reshoots. And you're just like, what? I'm 40 pounds heavier. And my hair used to be here. Now it's here. It's crazy. They didn't seem to care. It's like back-to-back scenes where I'm 20 pounds heavier here, 40 pounds less here. It's pretty nuts. But, The Godfather, that has supposedly the worst continuity ever. You know what that is? Where it's like, when you're watching a movie, you're just like, wait a minute. His hat was on 5 seconds ago, and now it's off. Supposedly The Godfather has the worst of that, But because you're engrossed with the movie, you don't care. You're like, Michael's hair keeps changing. You're like, I don't care. So for the Fanboys, if you don't notice us switching hairstyles, that means you're engrossed,
Right.
All right, come here.
Cool.
Careful now.
Are you guys hearing this? You're hearing the secrets.
Everyone's being very well behaved.
Whoa. All right, who's up next?
This side.
Hello.
love you in The Walking Dead and Harry Potter, but my question was about the Goldbergs as well. I love the Goldbergs a lot too. But did you ever just take any of the cars for a joyride? You must have done. Like, were you allowed to just take them or just like drive away with them?
Every single one of them. Yeah, I tried to get that DeLorean up to 88. I really did. It was hard on those back streets. And yeah, the kit car. They asked me to. They would, because they want B-roll. So they were like, yeah, just drive around and we'll fill it in. That's the most fun, man. I love taking them for joyrides. Yeah, but what's crazy about the DeLorean and the kit car, I don't know if you've ever been inside a DeLorean. You gotta drive that thing like this. It's nuts. And I had my belly was really big. I couldn't even turn the wheel. I was just like, goodness. That's, you know, Michael J. Fox is this big. That's how he was able to. He's like an action figure.
And have you ever stolen anything from any set that you've ever done? I mean, or sorry, borrowed anything from anything you've ever done?
Yeah. Yes. The Hutch, Bucephalus and Fanboys, the van he drives. Yeah, I got a bunch of action figures from that van. Those were nice. Yeah, it's hard to take stuff. Oh, from the offer, I got my glasses. That's news. They didn't know I did that. Got some stuff from The Walking Dead, but I can't talk about that. I will wear it at a con soon, which would be fun.
Thank you.
Okay, hey, come here.
You gotta know the secret passcode. Again, everybody talk amongst yourselves. Do, 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 do. Nothing to see or hear here. I love your laugh.
Yeah, that's a real laugh, man. That's a real laugh. That giggle water laugh is my laugh.
Over this side there.
Hello there.
How are you? Are
I'm
you a
good.
Jedi? What are you?
Yes, yeah, I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Good for you.
So yeah, my question is, were you a big fan of The Walking Dead before you became a part of the show?
Yeah, I was reading the comic books. I was like, you're going to be Luke? I was like, oh my God, I am a person that exists in the comic book. Yeah, and I'm really happy that I didn't have the same fate as Luke. And I got to hang out, a little longer. Yeah, huge fan. So it was just so cool to be on that show, man. Yeah. I'm also a fan of your show, sir.
Thank you. Thanks.
I want to come on next season as Toby-Wan Kenobi. Obi's cousin, Toby.
I'll put in a good word with the director.
Thanks, man. Here, come here.
Well, they did say Obi-Wan had a brother in the show, so who knows? Next up.
What was your inspiration to become?
Say that again, Daphne?
What was your inspiration to become an actor?
If I'm totally honest, which I'm not going to be. No, if I'm totally honest, it's Mel Blanc from Looney Tunes. I was like a toddler. I was watching Looney Tunes, and I was kind of learning the words, and I was like, who's that name that keeps on popping up as the only voice of all the characters? Mel Blanc. And I was like, I want to do that. I want to do all the voices of, something. And that was the trigger. How many voices can I do?
Awesome. Next question.
First off, thank you so much for being here.
It's amazing to see you in person.
Thanks,
and
man.
My
Is that a genuine Mandalorian helmet?
yeah, from the set, you know. No, it's,
No, is it like one of the ones you could?
yeah, it's one of the Hasbro ones from
And
the
it's
Hasbro
got the light
Black
inside?
Series line.
Yeah,
You can
that's
take a
a
look at
sweet
it
one.
if you want. Where
You know what I like? They have the stormtrooper ones.
Yeah, they have
Where it's like, and it kind of like, alters your voice.
Yeah, they have.
Move along.
This
Love
one
that.
unfortunately doesn't have that, but I'll
Yeah, I
put
know,
it
I
in
know.
one
You
day.
got the light on the side.
Yeah, it has the light. But my question is, out of the Fantastic Series franchise, what was the most enjoyable scene to shoot?
I'm an Indiana Jones fan, specifically Raiders of the Lost Ark. And when I was running from the Erumpent in that first movie, I was like, Indiana Jones in my head. I was like, that is a boulder, and I am living out my dream.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, I even tried to do the thing where I fall to my knees. See that for like, yeah.
That's quality.
Yeah.
Deadly, so thank you so much.
You have to get up and ask a question to find out. Over this side.
Hello. So it sounds like you've had to learn like a lot of skills, like your table tennis and guitar and everything for on set. What's been your favorite skill to learn and why?
I mean, how to be a dad.
Aw.
You know, I mean that. Yeah, when I saw my first daughter, they were weighing her, and the fumes are in the air. I was like, I understand. I have to protect this child for the rest of my life from everyone, you know? And that made my heart grow really big. And that humbling allowed me to get parts like Jacob. And then when I had my second daughter, I was like, how can my heart possibly get any bigger? And then it does.
Aw.
You know, and then you're just like, what in the world? Yeah. That's a good skill to learn.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello.
How do you follow that? How do you follow that?
I mean, my question is not as deep. So my question is, zombie apocalypse happens tomorrow. What's your plan?
Not that he's expecting me, but I head to Chris Pratt's house.
Of course.
Because that guy was like a survival geek when I first met him on Take Me Home Tonight. And I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, could I run to your compound when the world is ending? He's like, yeah, man, sure, whatever. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but that's where I'm heading. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
No, I think, here, come here.
That invite
I
was
think,
for life.
yeah, what do I do? Hunker down. Find all sorts of people that fly me to the moon.
I will say, even I can't hear what they're saying, so that's pretty good going.
Wow. This is really wonderful. Don't you guys think so? Okay, I need that. Yeah.
That's always the most fun when you see the guests having fun themselves, and that always makes us be like, yes.
The faces light up. People actually coming in instead of leaving.
Always a plus.
Yes.
There, next question.
Hey.
Hi. Sorry. In Fantastic Beasts,
Yep.
you were playing with and fighting a lot of CG animals. So how was it like trying to act with nothing?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure, I don't know if you actually, do kids play with their friends anymore? the kids go outside and play with their friends. When I was a kid, you ever play that game where you're like, okay, there's lava and there's crocodiles, we gotta get from here to there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, man.
Ah.
Yeah. I'm really believing in the crocodiles. And then that extends to theater. And then you get onto a big set like Fantastic Beasts, and you're like, oh my God, they're paying us to do this.
Who here still plays The Floor is Lava? Right answer. That too. Hey, next question.
How did it feel to be working with Johnny Depp in Fantastic Beasts?
Get out of here! No, okay. you said that, your mouth was moving? Was that you? I can't really tell. Nod your head.
Yeah.
Was that you? Man, Crimes of Grindelwald.
Yeah.
I got to be in the auditorium with him and see him work from a distance. The maestro. And then, third one, and that was a joy. I didn't get to talk to him.
Oh.
I did have a moment or two in between where he was lovely and he was just like, hey man, you want to like hang out for a second? Or, you know, and like, I watched him in his full Grindelwald outfit with the eye and the hair and everything, play like a guitar song. I don't know if you ever, it's really surreal. To have Grindelwald singing to you, like, hey, you want to hear something? Here we go. And the third movie, I got one rehearsal with him, and then everything changed. So it's very bittersweet. I can, count on my hand how many times I got to hang out with him, and it was always lovely.
So everybody on the live stream is going to be like, we want to know what they're saying. There, next
Everyone's
question.
got a different one. I don't know how I'm going to remember.
They really? Gotta make it interesting, you know?
Yeah. I'll be like, what are you saying?
Awesome. Next question.
Right. Hi, Dad. I know I spoke to you about the Goldbergs yesterday personally, but
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, what's your opinion on the whole Jeff Garland controversy at the moment, and what was your experience like with him on set?
Oh, man. I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
But like, what was your personal experience with him?
My personal experience was joy, fun.
Yeah.
He came on my podcast a couple times, Dan Fogler 40 Experience podcast, and we had a blast. Always really fun to have him on. He's out there. He's kooky. He
Yeah.
comes from the improv world.
Yeah.
So stuff comes out of his mouth. I'm not even sure he knows what's happening. Yeah. So I think that tripped him up.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that.
So it was a fluke.
What happened?
It was a fluke, like it was a one-off, like kind of a thing. It might have come out by mistake, or taken the wrong way.
I'm saying that these are volatile times. Sometimes you make a crack, make a joke,
Yeah.
and it doesn't go over how it used to 5 years ago.
I know, it's a shame.
That's it.
Uh,
You don't get, well, no, good. That was a good one. That was a good secret.
Back over this side.
Hi, so my question is, what was it like working alongside the cast of Fantastic Beasts?
Working with the cast?
Yeah.
Oh, love it. Yeah. Eddie is a gentleman and a real workhorse and a real study in like minutia, you know? I'm more of like a, hey, hi, I'm here. And he's like very subtle. So it was cool to play off of him. Alison Sudol Queenie. Oh my God! It was not hard to just be like, you know, like love at first sight with this girl because she's just an angel. Lovely lady. You know, we become good friends with my family. Like she's just part of my family now. Yeah. And listen, I could go through the whole crew. Like Colin Farrell in that first movie, so great to work with him. He has this thing. You guys will obviously appreciate this. He says, like I hadn't seen him for a while, you know, and then I saw him on press, and I was like, hey man, how you doing? And he looked at me and he said, you've got arms, don't you? Right? And I go, yeah, I got arms. I think I'm pretty sure I have them. And before I could even finish my sentence, he was hugging me. Aww. You know, and I love that. You got arms, don't you? Yes, I do. And I just thought that just kind of sums up him. He's a great guy. Listen, I got stories about everybody, and I just had a lovely time with everybody. So, and I would go back. That we're scheduled for 2 more, but I'd do 1,000 more if I had to. Play Jacob for the rest of my life. Come here.
Come for the secret password. Now, back over this side.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, yeah. I was wondering, would you have any tricks for analyzing and studying scripts to prepare for films?
Analyzing scripts to prepare for films.
Or the concept of the film, yeah.
Yar. Okay, let me think here. You like how do I memorize my lines, like that kind of thing?
No, like the in-depth analysis of your character within the world that they're living in.
Right. Holy cannolis.
Sorry, I'm an
No.
aspiring actress.
That's a good one. Yeah. Well, first I look at a character, and very first acting book I ever read was Uta Hagen, and respect for acting, and that's kind of like where I get my foundation for all my characters. How is this character familiar to you? What can you draw from your own life that will breathe life into this character, right? So I immediately start to think of, oh, that's a scenario that I've been in before, so I can draw from that. And like, Jacob Kowalski was just like really surreal dream come true, because I understood it immediately. He's from New York, I'm from New York. He likes to bake. I like to bake. And in other ways. And my great-grandfather was a baker. Okay? This is crazy. Yeah. My great-grandfather, Fogler's famous pumpernickel, was a thing on the Lower East Side, on Rivington and Stanton, where they have the bakery in the movie, in Manhattan.
Oh, wow.
In the early 1900s. So I'm like, what? I'm like basically able to jump into a time machine where I'm able to like quantum leap into my great-grandfather's body and be standing in his shoes. And there are certain pictures where I'm like, whoa, that's like, and you get on set, and they've built Manhattan, you know, and that was just a huge gift. That was just like, wow. Once I had that mustache, I was like, okay, I got it, you know. And then there's certain things where you're just like, I have no clue how to play this, and I'm about to be with a person that I hardly know, and I have to act like I love them with all my heart, you know. That's another thing you do where you project onto them someone that you actually love or a friend, you know, and you have to imagine that this person who in real life may be just a total jerk, you know, just suddenly while you're acting with them, they become that person that you went to college with, or you know. That's how we do it.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. Thanks.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. I will sort of give you a free thing at the number. Excellent.
Awesome. So folks, just to let you know, we have time for just 2 more questions, I'm afraid. So we're going to go one here and one here. So we'll start over here with the Hellfire Club. Hello.
Hello. My question is, what's it like voice acting, and do you enjoy it as much as regular acting?
I love it even more. I love voice acting even more because you can do it in like your pajamas. You know, you can just show up in your sweatpants. You're just by yourself. As loud and crazy as you want. You know, I come from the theater. You can mess up and just keep going, and sometimes the mess ups are just gold. I grew up on Looney Tunes and Mel Blanc. I mean, that was like my babysitter sometimes. So to be able to do that is like my favorite thing. Like Horton Hears a Who, I got to do a couple voices in that, and anytime I get to do a couple voices, I did that on American Dad a couple times. I got my own show that I'm doing, Moon Lake. I have a graphic novel called Moon Lake. It's with Heavy Metal Magazine. If you're interested, come to the table and check it out. And we're making an animated show out of that. So that's going to be my dream, man. I'm just going to do a bunch of different voices on the show and you know, full circle.
Brilliant. And now our last question.
Yep.
If you had advice for like an oncoming actor, just one piece of advice, what would it be?
Are you this actor?
Yeah.
Okay. Break a leg. And never give up. Never give up. You're going to have people, the closest people will one day just be like, maybe you go and do something else. Don't.
Yeah.
You want to be in this, you have to make a pact with yourself that even if you don't have any success, you're going to be on the side of a road with a hat, you know, entertaining for money because you love it so much. Do you love it so much?
Yeah, I really do.
All right, then you'll be fine. And the odds are in your favor because now there's so much content out there. The odds are that you're going to end up on a show and work will beget work and you'll suddenly find that you're a working actor. Just stick with it, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Break
you.
a leg, everybody.
I have a question.
I had actually, because I said we only had time for 2 more and everyone sat down, so it'd be really unfair if I did let you ask. I'm so
I
sorry.
only have one question, but it's quick.
Oh, all right, very quickly.
Right. Yo,
Forcing the issue.
how are we going? Good. What do you think of the t-shirt?
What happened?
It's Spider-Man, No Way Home. But my question is, right?
Symbiote outfit.
Yeah, it's, the tree, the tree.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, as we're doing, My question is, right, and I'm not taking up any more of your time, I know you're busy. My question is, will there be a Fantastic Beasts 3, or is 2, that's it, or would you think there'd be another one down the tracks, or how?
You guys want to answer his question? 3 is already out. You can see it on
Class.
HBO.
Lovely.
And it's good. I'm really good in it. And and hopefully, once the global money ticker stops,
Exactly, yeah.
Warner Brothers Discovery now will make a
Sure.
decision what they want to do with it. This is what I want to do. You want to know what I want to do?
Yeah, go on, far away.
Would you guys watch an HBO Max show where it's me and Queenie and we're in the bakery and we're like raising kids and stuff?
100%.
Yes.
100%. Yup.
All right. I'll put a good word in.
if there's no one down the line, sound. My other question is...
Question number 7.
This is the last question.
Okay.
Thanks very much for coming to Comic Con and to Ireland the whole lot. From everyone here, I think we love you. So.
Oh, that's nice.
So,
Oh.
you know,
I appreciate it.
And on that note, please, everybody, put your hands together, Mr. Dan Fogler.
Grazie mille. You guys are lovely.
Loss.
This August, the Predator's first hunt on Earth is the movie event you can't miss. Prey.
Cassian Andor, wouldn't you rather give it all to something real?
This is what revolution looks like.
I'm tired of losing.
Andor, new trailer online now.
seen anything like it.
Prey.
Welcome to a land of might, magic, and metal. Join us for TTRPG content that puts the metal back in the phrase. Holy God, that's metal as hell. Join Sid, Con, and Fink as they tour their way across the land of Letuan, taking on all manner of monsters, aberrations, and the foulest foe of all, mankind's hubris. Heartfire Tales is an Irish TTRPG podcast, streaming now on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Stay dangerous.
Watch the full trailer online now.
I am a lawyer who do things by the book.
It's Andy McCarroll. I am the host of We Love Movies on Spin 1038, as well as a contributor to Geek Ireland, the logo which is currently not on the screen, I've just noticed. My next guest is a veritable Renaissance man. He is an art historian, a marathon runner, an Academy Award-nominated director, and does a bit of acting on the side as well. Please give a very warm welcome to Dr. Peter Weller.
I should be on that side. Can everybody hear me here or not? I hate those microphones. Yeah. This looks like the Royal Albert Hall. I love you, Peter. Love you back. Who said that? Me. You're in my will. I'm taking off the sunglasses now. So, I feel like this, I could use this. I'd talk like that. Or would you rather have me talk like this? You like this? Oh, you like that? Yeah. Heck with this. Okay. So, look,
the event is being streamed online, so
there's always some tech nerd that comes out, man. You know what you call this in the movie business? Another costly sound delay. What the heck? Okay, it's being streamed. Okay,
Be the new
several
Albert
years
Costello
ago.
now.
What?
You could be the new Albert and Costello now.
Yeah, we could. Okay, so I'm going to use this because it's being streamed online. Oh, shucks. In the old days of the theater, in the theater, you don't. Now they got microphones everywhere, so they're picking up everybody's. Are you guys legit photographers? Are you with the show? Okay, because if you're not, then I have friends in Italy. And you think I'm kidding? I live in Naples, and Naples is the original. But look, now they have microphones everywhere, and they used not to have microphones everywhere. And are you guys just taking fun photographs? Fun, right? And there's my wife and child 5 minutes late. We're supposed to be photographing this. There's my wife, Sherry, and the boss, Teddy. Stand up, stand up, stand up and wave. So now they have microphones everywhere, but in the old days they didn't have microphones everywhere. When I came up in the theater, and I came up as a theater actor in New York, remember the Actors Studio, method guy, there's no microphones here. And nowadays they do. You had to talk like that, and you had to own it. It's the days of Cyril Cusick. You know who that guy is? Siobhan McKenna. You know that? These. Are you knowing these names? Sean O'Casey. Are these people just leaving you? He said, Yates? Who Yates? Yeah, that guy, Bill Yates, yeah. In any case, I got to tell you something really quickly about, because of Royal Albert Hall. Just a vignette. My first métier was as a jazz musician. I still play trumpet. He didn't bring that up, but that's what I do. And if it paid the rent, I'd still do that. But I realized I wasn't going to be Miles Davis. I was in an amazing, very tough music school, kind of like the movie Whiplash, if you saw that. I realized I wasn't going to be Miles Davis. I quit, but I still played for fun. The guys I played with went on to become extraordinarily successful as sidemen everywhere. I did a movie in 1981 called Shoot the Moon with Albert Finney, the great Welsh Albert Finney. You know who he is? Tom Jones. You ever see these movies? I mean, he's one of the great English, Irish, Welsh heritage actors ever. And he was doing a play, and I was doing an HBO movie. This has got to be 1990. And Albie takes me to dinner with one of the HBO guys. And while we're sitting at this very posh restaurant in London, some of the musicians I went to school with, Lou Marini, who was on Saturday Night Live, Tom Malone, Randy Brecker, Brecker Brothers, come walking through the door. And I see these jazzers that I knew back in the 60s, right? Who were all playing on television. And they go, wow, Peter, hey, oh, wow, Albert Finney, the great Albert Finney. And Finney says, sit down, join us. We're at a big table. So we asked these guys, what are you doing here? And Lou Marini, great tenor player to this day, says, we're doing a concert at the Royal Albert Hall. I went, what? And I said, for what, a jazz thing? He goes, no, with that guy. And through the door walks Eric Clapton. And if you don't know who Eric Clapton is, you have to leave. Okay? Because if you don't know who Eric Clapton is, you shouldn't even be listening to music. So Clapton comes in, and he sits down, and he's a sober guy like me. I don't drink. He doesn't either. He sits down, and he's never met Finney. And they're both icons of Western music and theater and film. They never met. And Clapton invites us to, he's doing 3 nights at Royal Albert Hall. And he invites me and Finney. And Finney says, you know, I can't come because I'm doing this play. And I said, I can't come because I got to go back to the States. I got a gig. I got to leave tomorrow. This is on a Thursday night. And he says, well, come and hear a rehearsal. Peter, if you want, I'll leave your name. Okay, so when you go hear rock and roll rehearsals, I don't know if you ever have, they're usually like sound checks. You know, they play like 4 notes of a tune. The lighting guy says, change that to blue. They jump to the next thing. It goes on for about an hour and a half. It's very dreary. It's very boring. You with me on this? So I say, yeah, thanks, Eric. It's what a pleasure to meet you, man. And like Eric Clapton from the Yardbirds, I'm a product of the 60s. I mean, if you talk about Jimi Hendrix or Pete Townsend or Jeff Beck or Clapton, you know, or Jimmy Page, that's a different deal. Mark Knopfler's a different generation, different thing. This is all out of the late 60s, guys, not out of the 70s. I ain't talking about Mark. I'm not talking about Metallica. I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about the guys who turned the corner on this. Guitar players, gentlemen. Not then. There's 4 guys I just mentioned. If you got Beck, Jimmy Page, Clapton, Jimi Hendrix, Pete Townsend, you don't have to go much farther because Pink Floyd comes after that. That's after that, guys. How old are you, 12? God. Yes, Prince is astounding. This is astounding. The game changers, people. So Clapton is one of them. I'm jogging the next day, Kensington Gardens, I'm jogging. I see this long line going down the street. I go, wow, what's that about? It's like 10 o'clock in the morning. And I all of a sudden see it's the Royal Albert Hall. And I go backstage. I said, I wonder if he really did leave my name backstage. I go back, there's a fence, there's a couple of cops there. There's a very tall Afro-American man. He's actually from Jamaica, but he's raised in the States. God bless him, he died in that helicopter crash later on with Stevie Ray Vaughan named Dave. And I said, I think that maybe somebody left my name backstage. And this Bobby says, well, who would that be, sir? I said, I think Eric Clapton. He says, Eric Clapton doesn't leave names backstage. I said, well, okay. And I said, do you have a name, David? And the Jamaican gentleman steps forward. He says, what's your name? I said, Peter Weller. He says, I have one name, and it's yours. In I go, long story short, or long story longer. I sit down, I go up, and there's Greg Gaines, who I know from jazz. There's Lou, there's Randy Brecker, there's Tom Malone. They're all there, man. All these guys I know. I pick up a trumpet, I start playing a little bit. I don't see nothing. In walks Eric. Hey, glad you can make it. I have a seat on a play. There's no one in Royal Albert Hall. No one. There's two guys doing lights under the stage. And when I'm saying no one, there's not a janitor. There's not a room fixer, nothing. So for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and I don't know why he's doing it, except I find out later that he's not played yet with this band and he has to do 3 nights. For 2 hours and 40 minutes, I go from the mezzanine to the front row to the side. Eric Clapton plays every single song he ever wrote for one guy. Moi. And I'm standing about the third tune. I'm standing up at the second mezzanine. I'm hoping there's a janitor will walk in to witness me witnessing it. You know, it's like the only guy who ever saw a constellation or something. Nobody comes in. So I yell up at the top. I say, White Room. Anybody know that song? Yeah. And Clapton says, don't have to yell it. I didn't write that many songs. As a matter of fact, I haven't sung that many songs. We're going to sing them all, so you don't have to ask for anything. And he played it all. And I come back, and he says, you know, I never played a concert for one person before. And I said, well, look, man, Eric, nobody's going to believe me that I sat in Royal Albert Hall for 2 hours and 40 minutes, you know, and listened to this concert for me alone. He said, yeah, nobody's going to believe it, but go ahead and say it. And once in a while, in my sextet, Phil and Gaines or Lou will sit in, and I have to say that to a room, and people go, no, you didn't. And then Phil and Gaines will back it up and so forth. Anyway, that's my Royal Albert Hall story. Any questions? You thought I came to talk about how heavy the suit weighs? No, I'm not here to talk about RoboCop.
There's microphones here, and hopefully you have more luck than I do.
Okay, questions. That's my intro. And raise your hands, folks. The Irish aren't timid. Yes, sir. In the gray shirt. What? Yeah, man. Yeah, I was. Yeah, it was like I was in sweatpants and a sweatshirt. Right, I totally was. Sadly, I want to say that Stevie Ray Vaughan joined that tour in the States, and that's when Stevie Ray Vaughan died, was opening for Eric when they got to Connecticut, and that gentleman from Jamaica went down in that crash with him. It was a sad thing. We lost Stevie Ray. Any other questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Peter.
Hi, what a voice.
Thank you. My question for you is about RoboCop.
Okay, I rarely answer questions about RoboCop, but go ahead.
Okay, how was for you to, as an actor, to film the scene when Murphy dies? This is one of the scenes that really impacted me, and it's one of the most intense and shocking scenes I've ever seen in a film. And I was wondering how it was for you to, as an actor, to work on that.
Okay, so I'll just answer this really quickly. The effect of a scene on you guys when you're watching a great scene in a movie is not what's going on with the actor. Right? What's going on in the actor is an intention that he's playing. I'm going to get even with this guy. I'm going to kill him. You guys are feeling the residue of the sorrow of the guy getting even with, or the anger of the guy pulling the trigger. That's not what I'm playing. I'm playing I want to kill this guy, or I'm playing I'm trying to defend myself from this guy. So when Kurtwood Smith is shooting off my hand, I'm not going, oh, gee, this is a sad scene. You know, my intention is that I'm going to find you some way, guy, and get even. That's what I'm playing, is intention of vengeance. The fallout of a scene is not what the actor is intending. If the actor is playing for you, he is messing up the scene. How many people here have seen a scene where some guy is crying and you go, enough? If the actor is crying so much, he's not giving you an opportunity to cry. You get that? You don't know what's wrong with it, but you go, this is really overwrought, man. This is like really overcooked. Same thing with music. You know, there's a great composer, he's famous. He does a lot of like science fiction movies in the United States. I'm not going to say his name, but I can't stand his music, man. Because it comes in to tell you now that this is a bad and horrible scene and you should feel sad. I know when to feel sad. I'm looking at the darn actors, man, in the scene. I don't need your music to slap me in the head. Just I don't need 40,000 tears coming out of you to tell me that I should feel sad for you. So that's not what the actor is playing. The two scenes in RoboCop 3, other than that are terrifically, brutally sad. And there's not sadness in a moment of them that's played. And it's Verhoeven and me, and a lot of other people, did the movie because of one thing. When RoboCop goes through his home, do you understand that RoboCop is essentially a tragedy, people? Yeah. That's sad, man. Yeah, the guy says at the end of it like he's reborn. What's your name, kid? What's your name, son? Murphy. But that's not great. That guy goes through a house, and the only thing that matters to anyone on planet Earth, if he could step out of his own shell for a second, is his family. And he ain't got it. And when walks through that house and kind of has a flash on the kid and a flash on that wife who are long gone. This is a tragedy, people. Then you go, ha, 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 yeah, it's great action, arms get blown off and whatever. No, it's not. It's a sad damn movie. And the thing is, at the end of it, man, the transactional, metaphysical, spiritual deal is taking off that helmet. I can feel them, but I can't remember them. It's tragic. And that's, you know, when I'm acting in that, all I'm playing is the intention of trying to remember them. It's not going, whoa, 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 is this so sad? So if you don't play that sadness, if you just play somebody trying to find something, the audience will be sad. But it's not up to the actor to be sad. Okay?
I heard you call it the best Jesus film ever made.
Yeah. And that's your method lesson for today. Another question. Yeah.
Hi, Peter. I kind of have a double-barrel question for you. So one.
Good luck.
What did he say? Can he speak English?
He said he has a double-barrel question for you.
Double-barrel question.
Double-barrel. So two questions. One, what is the role you played in your long career, whether it's from film or theatre, that you're most proud of? And were you ever offered a role that you turned down that you now regret?
Huh. I don't know, honey. Did I ever turn down a role that I regretted? No, I never did. You know, there was one role that I really wanted that I was up against another guy. It was between me and him. And then I saw him in the movie and I thought, no, he deserved it and he was brilliant. And I probably couldn't have brought that game to it, which is John Savage in The Deer Hunter with De Niro and Walken. and Michael Cimino, and I was doing a play with Mike Nichols, a really great play, been nominated for Pulitzer and so forth, called Streamers. Beautiful play, and Cimino had seen me in it. It was between me and John Savage, and then I got the call that John Savage had gotten it. And then I went to the opening of the thing in a black tie only thing in New York, and I saw John Savage's performance, and I thought, oh man, that guy just absolutely killed it. You know, I hats off to John Savage and Walken and De Niro and everybody in that movie, man, and Meryl, because that movie is a one-off. So I can't remember turning down a role that I regretted, but there's a lot of roles. There's a lot of roles. I had a lot of fun. There's a lot of small movies. There's a thing based on Goethe's Faust called Shadow Hours that I did with Balthazar Getty that I love. There's small movies that I've done that are just wonderful. There's Ivan's Ecstasy that I did with Bernard Rose that I got nominated for an Independent Spirit Award for. There's a ton of stuff that small stuff that didn't get the acknowledgement of something as big as RoboCop or Buckaroo that I loved. But I've never really had a bad time in a movie or regret doing a movie. There's a couple of movies that I don't necessarily want to see. And somebody brought one up the other day. I think we got to see it, honey. Somebody brought up this movie I did, and we got to see it. I just never got around to see it, called Decoy. I've never seen it. He said it was pretty good. Was that you that brought it up?
No.
Somebody, okay. No, and I don't want to see it either. Okay. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. And no one's got an art question about the Ninja Turtles or nothing? Wait a minute. Somebody's got a question. Hang on one second down here. Yes, you in the red cap.
Hey.
I don't know what the funniest movie I did, Teddy, but that's a really good thing. It's funny, I know you for 10 years since you're born. You never asked me a question that profound before. It's, I know, yeah, it's only you asked me if Predator is scary or I don't want to watch Blade Runner and the internet in this hotel sucks. That's basically what your conversation is. The most fun, I got to say, that I've had in a film, I mean, that made me laugh, was Buckaroo. Because on Buckaroo, I'm hanging out with your friends. They all send in videos with Mr. Chris Lloyd, Mr. Jeff Goldblum, Mr. John Lithgow, you know, Lewis Smith. And if you hang out with Chris Lloyd for a day, you will laugh until you fold. And if you hang out with Chris Lloyd and John Lithgow in the same room while they're torturing you while eating Doritos, and some guy's got a phony Mussolini accent, and the other guy is going, big bootay, big bootay, big bootay. I was laughing so hard they finally had to ask those two actors to go away, and the AD had to read the lines. I could not get through the scene. If you're hanging out with Jeff Goldblum on any day, you will laugh until you fold. So that movie, acting with those guys, being around those guys, that was maybe the most fun. I laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. I never stopped laughing making that whole film. That was the most fun I ever had. I'm happy to say that they're your friends and they're still my friends, because the best thing you could take away from any experience, as Laurence Olivier said, is love. You know, the paycheck and the kudos are nice, but the friendships are the thing that endure. So, okay, is that good? You good with that? Thank you.
Lady here, I'd be very upset if you ask a robot.
I think I got to bring my son to an audience more often. I'll get more profound. Okay, go ahead. Next.
Hi, Peter.
Hi.
What was your favorite movie you ever made, like you were acting in?
I think my favorite movies, there's three of them. One of them is Naked Lunch, for sure. That's based on a very famous book. You can't see that yet because you're a little bit too young to not understand it, but you're a little bit too young for the images in it. But you will see it one day. And then there's another one, like the one I mentioned before, Shadow Hours is a good one. And then there's another one, a great Philip K. Dick, he's a great science fiction writer, called Screamers. and it's based on a Philip K. Dick story called The Second Variety. And it's about in the future when planets get divided up like countries and everybody's competing for money on different planets and how that goes down. So I would say Screamers, Shadow Hours, Naked Lunch. RoboCop is a challenging movie, but not my favorite, most fun movie. Challenging and rewarding. But those three movies were my favorites to do, I think. Good question.
I can't believe you just introduced that poor little girl to David Cronenberg movies.
What?
I said, I can't believe you just introduced that poor little girl to David Cronenberg movies.
But more than that, I've introduced her to William Burroughs, which is really, really, really. Yes, by the way, not for nothing, guys, there's a day, and tell me your name again.
Maisie.
Maisie, right. There was a day in the United States, right around the time that Naked Lunch, the book, came out, that if I was talking to you about this book, they would arrest me. No, they would. And there's a day in this country where they would, because that book was banned. The world said, no, you can't. It's too shocking. It's too much about the future, Maisie. It's too much about the stuff we don't want to know. Now it's considered one of the 10 most important books in the English language in the last 100 years. One of the 10 most important books in the English language. And so they're happy to talk about this guy. But it just goes to show you, Maisie, a lesson about what one period thinks is bad in a certain day and age. Later on, it might not be so bad. It might be good. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad you do.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'll give you a case in point. There's a question here. There's a great director and controversial guy named Pier Paolo Pasolini. One of the first guys in the Western literature world had the courage to gender himself. And he was a poet, and he was an essayist, and he was a filmmaker, and whatever. And he made this film, legitimate, wonderful film, called The Gospel According to St. Matthew. Has anybody ever seen this? Yeah, it's brilliant. He used Southern Italian Calabrese because they resembled not Robert Redford, but they resembled the Roman, Armenian, Jewish, Palestinian look. And it's the true, bit by bit, story of the Gospel of St. Matthew. It was condemned by the Catholic Church in 1960. Now it's on their 10 must-see list, people. So why do you think it was condemned? Because the guy was telling a visceral story about Joseph's confusion at hearing about a virgin birth, about Christ's demeanor against the Pharisees and so forth. The guy was telling the gospel. But they didn't look like Hollywood. They wore burlap and leather and skins and ropes with jagged, like Rasta hair, because they were all from Calabria, North Africa. And man, the papacy, boom, the publicity part of it. Now, 10 movies you have to see. Brilliant movie. Anyway, next. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, Peter. Can you hear?
Yeah.
So you did the voice of Batman in The Dark Knight Returns.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, how did you get that role and what was it like doing it?
Somebody offered me a sack of money. And I went to do it. And simple as that. So get it, guys. I have no interest in superheroes or science fiction. Got it? I don't watch science fiction. I don't watch superheroes. Yeah, I would not know Batman from Fat Man. I've never seen one Batman movie. Not one. In spite of the fact that I love Michael Keaton. He chastises me for this. He says, wait a minute, Dad, you haven't seen, Marvel No, I have not. And basically, it's not like I don't have any resistance to it. Somebody sits me down and says, okay, you got to watch Marvel Comics, the Avengers or whatever. He does. I sit down, I go to sleep. I'm out in 10 minutes. So Batman, they said, you want to do the voice of Batman? Frank Miller's a buddy. And it was because it was Frank Miller. I said, yeah. How much money is it? And they said, oh. I said, okay, that's good. How much time? Time versus money. So that's why I did it. I hate to disillusion you. The reason why I did RoboCop was not because of RoboCop, was because of Paul Verhoeven and his brilliance and his movies. The Fourth Man and Spetters, right? This is a guy who makes like small, Soldier of Orange, small, independent stories against an opera of horror behind you. And I knew it would be great because of Verhoeven. So that's why I did that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yep.
I hope you don't have a Star Trek question or we're in trouble.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Boy, I know. There's all sorts of people in this room going, I'm really let down now. I thought this guy was the sci-fi wonder of the world. Look, these people are leaving, as a matter of fact. These people are so upset with that comment. You don't like Batman? I'm out. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Peter. Nice to meet you again. But as for my question is, having been in some movies that have almost a weird reflecting look on society, is there a film that you actually consider to be accurate or spot on in the current time frame?
On society?
Yes. Would there be anything that you consider accurate?
My gosh. Accurate about us, you know, as a social commentary?
Yes.
I don't know, man. That's really, really, you know, the best thing about RoboCop is it's trickled down things right now that it's applicable right now. The privatization, trickle down economics. We can like privatize all of this. We can take over. Everybody's going to be okay. That all that lie. You know, the great news about capitalism is everybody can make a buck. The great lie about capitalism is that the super rich make the money. Everybody else will get some of it. That's wrong. Right? Everybody's got to be able to make a buck like Venice. It's not just, right? So that lie, the great thing about RoboCop is that's what makes RoboCop last so long. It's not the action and the humor. It's the story of rebirth and the lies that a society will tell in order to control. That's what makes RoboCop resonant today. There are great Bergman movies. Persona. Anybody ever seen that? No, probably no one in this room. Two women on an island, a shrink and an actress. You want to see the greatest feminist personal movie ever? Yeah, that's that. I just watched maybe the most beautiful thing I've seen in years. My wife and I watched My Brilliant Friend, about those two girls growing up in Naples. If you haven't seen that on HBO or Sky TV Max or anything like that. 4 books. Elena Ferrante is probably going to win the Nobel Prize. They've shot 3 of the books. It's 2 girls growing up from the age of 5 all the way to 65. In a modern day, it's not about girls, it's not about women, it's about all of us. How do you beat the bounce between the street, your family, and school when you're a kid? How do you find your way out of that if you want to do something else? It's tough, man. Isn't it? You got your parents telling you one thing, you had the school telling you another thing, you got a street demanding something else of you. How do you go, gee, I want to go right like Yates? You don't. You got to scramble to find that, man. How are you going to be Sean O'Casey? Look what he went through just to write a play. You know, so you've got to see My Brilliant Friend. That's about now. That's truly about man, woman, child, any of us trying to find our way in a modern world when essentially circumstances are telling you, you ain't going to make it. Go see it. It's great. They just did the third season, the 3rd book. They're shooting the 4th one now. My Brilliant Friend, that's what it's called in English. What's it called in Italian, honey? God, you're good looking. She said, this is my better side.
Do you get a word in at home, by the way?
Do I get what?
Ask your wife.
Did she get a word in?
Yeah.
You know, I just said this to the green room right now. There's a great playwright, Tennessee Williams. Anybody not heard of him? Everybody heard of him? Woo! Yeah, A Streetcar Named Desire and on, Cat in the Haunted Room. Maybe in the United States, one of the great playwrights ever. He wrote a play called Orpheus Descending about a musician trying to find life in the New World. It's all in the South Louisiana Bayou. the movie version of it is with Anna Magnani and Marlon Brando. Marlon Brando, arguably the most powerful actor I've ever seen on screen, and according to Olivier, maybe the most powerful ever. Anyway, Brando says in the middle of this movie, in all deference to you, honey, ready for this, guys? And if you're over 30, and by the way, Tennessee Williams was gendered, same sex. He based all of his female characters off his wife and his mother. Got that? But in the movie, in the play, he says this. And if any of you guys are over 40 and you don't understand it, I pity you. Brando says this. A woman can burn a man down. A man can't burn a woman down. You get that, right? Every woman gets it, man. And I see a couple of guys going like, down here in the front row, they're going, I didn't think I wanted to hear that.
My girlfriend's nodding her head there, which I'm very worried about.
I know. So I got to go ask my friend Bob Chambers, who's an English department teacher. I said, I'm 18 years old. The second time I see this movie, I go, wait a minute. A woman can burn a man down. A man can't burn a woman down. What are they talking about? Like heartbreak. And Bob, who's schooled in the Greeks, and he's schooled in myth, and he's schooled in all of the temperate things. I was just talking with Dominique, in the green room about, and Bob says, no, this is not about heartbreak, Peter. It's not about like, yeah, it's about like you got to go get up and go ask in a modern world in the West. I got to go ask Sherry, if I don't know her, would you like to have a Dr. Pepper with me? And the second I say, you want to have a Dr. Pepper with me, in that second, she can go, metaphorically, are you kidding, you dork? Vatene, which is Latin for get out of here. Or yeah, right? So that's a second burn down. But what he's talking about is like beyond that. In the systemic of energy in the universe, yin is resilient. Like George Carlin said about the earth, we're not going to destroy the earth, we'll destroy each other. But Mama Earth, man, she gonna live. Because it's a woman. And it's not just a woman, it's yin. It's receptive, it's creative. And it's an energy that's always coming back. Men, boom. And there's a great Greek myth that says the only reason why men create war is to stop women from laughing at us. Because you can ask a teenage girl, 14 years old, if she sees Mr. Hottie, hey, you think the guy's hot? Yes. Are you giggling about his posing? Yeah, we're all giggling. And every woman in this say, somewhere you're giggling. What? Yeah, I'm Mr. Yeah, you think it's cute and maybe sexy for a second, but you're giggling. And the thing is that what the Greeks said, that men, in their absolute incapacity to understand resilience, will kill each other. And women will stop laughing because they see too many husbands and sons die. Because they know that somewhere in their fragility, men do, that they can burn us down that fast. Is anybody running on this, man?
Yeah.
Again, there's a whole lot of guys don't want to hear this, but too bad. Next.
Hi.
Did you understand it? Are you getting any of this?
I am, and
there
I would
will
be
be a pop quiz.
terrified to be in your class in Syracuse.
There will be a pop quiz at the end. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. So yesterday you asked me and my family to come back to you and explain Buckaroo Banzai and what it's about. The best guess we've come up with is that it's like being put in the middle
Listen,
of
everybody listening, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Nobody in Buckaroo Banzai knows what it's about. We don't know. We've asked each other, what's this movie about? He has the answer. We're now going to get it. So everybody taking notes?
I should stress, this was a cross-country discussion last night, since you asked that question, between England and Ireland and America and all that.
All right.
The best theory we've come up with is it's like being put in the middle of a comic book series, like number 49 or whatever, and just not telling you what you missed. But my question is, you kind of answered it there anyway.
Okay, stop right there.
Yeah?
Stop. Buckaroo Banzai was just admitted to the Lincoln Center archive of 100 films. We all put on tuxedos. We went. Kevin Smith, the guy who wrote Clerks and so forth, introduced it in a jersey, and he said this, the best thing about Buckaroo Banzai is that it plunks you in the middle of a genre, and you don't know what the genre is. You don't know if it's action, science fiction, or comedy. And it doesn't force feed you or spoon feed you anything. It just throws you in the middle of it. So go on from there. I get that.
Yeah.
But that's
so-
not what it's about yet. You're just telling me circumstances.
Yeah. Well, my question is then, as an actor, did you make any personal decisions about what you thought it was about, even if the writers and all that didn't explain it to you?
I kind of had an instinct, but as a movie, I don't know what it's about. But I was playing golf with the great actor Dennis Haysbert. Black American actor, really amazing actor, and it's his favorite film. And I said, okay, Dennis, nobody knows what the movie's about. He says, you don't? I said, no, we don't. And he says, it's about love. That's the theme of it. It's about love. That's what it is. And you've got the social distinctions between redneck, aliens and Rasta aliens and confusion and so forth. And that's what he says it's about. But he's right, I think. But I didn't know it was about love when I was making it. While I was making it, I was keep going like, I am laughing so hard with these guys. These guys are just the bomb. I love doing this movie. I have no idea what it is. I have no idea what it is. But I appreciate that.
That's very sweet. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, yeah, big fan. I just had a quick question.
Thank you.
So I heard you're a doctor, Dr. Peter Weller, yeah?
That's right. Hey, by the way, it's not honorary. I'll say it again. I'm not some orange juice head from Malibu who floated in here to act like a movie star with you guys.
Well, I was actually going to ask, I have a rash on my leg. Is there any chance, would you be able to have a look at it after this?
Oh, yeah, I have a rash on your leg?
Oh, you have a rash
I have a
on my leg.
sweatshirt. I have a sweatshirt that says, I'm not that kind of doctor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I just get really mixed up. I actually, to be honest with you, like...
Why, you got any meds?
I'm from Kimmage, right? So Kimmage is like, it's kind of far away from here, right? It's like the edge of the universe, the known universe at least. I got fired the other day, right? I was working in a hotel. I went in, I'm a janitor in a hotel. I won't name the hotel, but I could. And there was a massive bottle of hand sanitizer, and I accidentally banged into it, and the alcohol, it went all over me, and I just stunk of alcohol, and the HR thought I was drinking, so they fired me. I was too embarrassed to tell them what actually happened, so I'm happy to be here. And so what I want to say to you, all in all, I just want to ask you, what was it like being RoboCop? What?
Is this a limerick?
What? No, I just wanted to ask you, I just wanted to set up the scene because I wanted to ask you, do you like being RoboCop?
I'm putting on my Trinity College cap right here. And I'm looking for the spiritual guidance from the Book of Kells. Give me some sort of fortitude to answer this blithering question. Yeah, I do. That's the answer. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I love you.
I love you back.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, wait a minute. Go ahead. Hi.
Hi. So I have two questions for you. So what's your favorite and least favorite thing about being an actor?
What's your name? Dawn?
Kate-Ann.
Kate?
Kate-Ann.
How do you spell that?
Katieann.
Kate-Ann. What's my favorite thing about being an actor?
And your least favorite?
My favorite and least favorite. Okay. My favorite thing, Kate-Ann, is that I get to interpret literature. I get to take the written word and yell out like that kid right there. That's what I get to do. I get to take somebody's great writing, and if I can do my best, turn it into an emotional event. So to entertain you, that's the best thing I like about it. It's an entertainment. And the least thing I like about it is, there's a great existential play called No Exit. Okay? And in it, there's a line that says, hell is other people. And it doesn't mean that everybody else is hell. It just means that being around other people, sometimes you see how bad you are, because people will reflect your inadequacies. And so many times it's not. When you're acting and you're with these other people, you see your own insecurities, you see your own fallibilities, you see your own mistakes. And so that's the worst thing I had about it. But finally, when you leave, it's a good thing. Because, you know, some people say, I hate being in this class because I don't like, you know, sometimes my son Teddy says, you know, so-and-so and so-and-so I don't like because they're like this. Everybody can say, I don't like this because it's like that. When you're in a movie set, you're with 187 or 287 different people, plus about 20 people acting with you. And you're bouncing yourself off of them constantly. And it's almost like a prison. So, and you're getting your own behavior back at you all the time. And sometimes you don't like it. So that's probably the most difficult thing about it. And the thing I don't is that you're not alone. And subsequently, you have to be responsible for your own behavior with other people. And that's very difficult to do. And I have to tell you the truth. I'd much rather be alone sitting on a piazza with a cigar and a cappuccino looking at the sea sometimes. So that's what's difficult. Being with other people.
Okay, thank you.
Poor Maisie has gone home to watch Crash, and now Kay-Ann's gone home to tell her parents hell is other people.
It's tough, ain't it?
Oh, hi, Peter.
Is that red hair?
No, it's pink.
It's pink, okay. My wife Sherry's Irish descent. There's a woman today that came along. She had this beautiful red hair. And Sherry said, you know, or being in Ireland, which is famous for its red hair, I don't see many people with red hair. But when you do see someone in Ireland with red hair, the hair is really red. I mean, like shocking red. Whereas in the United States, you see red hair and you think, I'm sorry, but your hair is pink, but you see red hair and it's kind of like, is that really red hair or not red hair? Is it dyed or whatever? Here, it's the real deal. Go ahead.
Well, this is not a question from me. It's a question from my friend. His name's Brian. He's a massive fan of you.
He's what? Where is he?
At home, I'm pretty sure he's working at the moment, but he asked me to come to ask you this question.
He sent you?
Yeah, he sent me the one and only.
Is it a guy?
Yeah, it's a guy.
Do you get this thing about a woman can burn a man down or not?
He's older than me. I'm 10 times younger than him.
Can you please go and ask? I gotta. Yeah, okay.
Well, his question is, how did you find it working with Irvin Kershner in RoboCop 2?
That's his only question?
That's his only question.
How did I like Irvin Kershner? You know, I liked Irv, and he's a very talented guy, and God bless him, he's gone. But the problem with RoboCop 2, I mean, this is a problem in retrospect, but it's a problem I noticed going in. Like we were talking about before with one of the young guys that came up. Every movie and story, people have a theme. When you're reading a script or a play or a poem or a story or a book, ask yourself, what is the theme? Not what the plot is, right? Not what the story is. Ask yourself, what is this about? And usually, as Dostoevsky said, you can answer it with one word. This is about redemption. This is about vengeance. Right? This is about rebirth. This is about recovery. It's something like that, right? So, Irv, when he's doing RoboCop 2, RoboCop 1, because of Verhoeven, is about rebirth. And somebody could say it's about the rebirth. It's a Christian ethic. Somebody could say it's a Pharisee, Jewish ethic, because the Pharisees believed in rebirth. Egyptians believed in rebirth. Mythically, everybody, or religiously, there's a culture everywhere that believed in rebirth. And every great story is about rebirth. Every great story is about somebody losing it and recovering it. Got me? This ain't my idea, babe. It goes back to Aristotle. So don't blame it on me. So when we got RoboCop 2, what I'm noticing at that, there's no Act 3. Yeah, I beat the bad machine. Is there a recovery in it? Is there a rebirth in it? Is there a reassimilation? Do I get the old man? Is there some sort of completion, closure? No. And that's what Irv Kershner did not have in that film. And so subsequently, I had a great time with him. But all along, I'm asking, there's no third act to this movie. And I'm not a genius at it, but I've done enough movies to know if you ain't got a third act. See, in RoboCop 1, beating Kurtwood Smith is not the end of the movie. The third act is Ronnie Cox. The third act is being Murphy in front of that old man. That's the third act. RoboCop 2 didn't have it. And I could not convince Irv of it. So I was frustrated with Irv. But I loved him as a human being. I loved him as a director. But I was frustrated with the story. And not like, wah. I just said, hey, guys, you don't really have a third act. And at the end of the movie, great, one of the producers came up and said, you know what? When we started this thing, you were right. We don't have a third act. We never did. And you're right. You defeat the bad guy, but so what? Is there a recovery? Is there a regeneration? Is there something? No, there's not. And that's what RoboCop 2 misses, despite the fact that it's got some beautiful scenes in it, thanks to Irv. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Ryan owes you huge. Unfortunately, we've only just got time for one more question. If you just, best of luck, make it a good one.
How many people you got there? You got 3? I'm going to do all 3 of you guys. So make it quick.
Okay.
Is that a gun you got, man?
It's a fake gun, I promise.
Even fake guns weird me, man. I'm from West Texas, where I grew up with guns, and we had a gun problem in the United States. So you're carrying that around now. I would suggest don't do it. Don't carry fake guns anywhere, people.
It's a comic convention.
It doesn't matter. This is where people all of a sudden get blasted, bro.
Don't argue with him. Come on. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
But no, a question I had was in RoboCop. There's an anecdote from the actor who plays Bob Morton, where he says that you had tried to sort of method act as RoboCop in costume off screen, and says how he made a little bit of a joke about it. But my broader question is, where do you think method acting is useful, and when do you think method acting can be taken too far?
That's a really good question. Method acting is essentially the application of your own personal experience to a particular role or intention or play. And it comes about because here's a quick lesson for you guys. Before the Russians, and you can read till the cows come home. Is it the fascination with the Odyssey instead of the Iliad? Is it the machine gun? Speaking of guns, is it gas warfare? Is it World War I? Is it end of the Habsburgs? The end of empire? Is it the Industrial Revolution? We don't know what it is. But for some reason, the Russians, before us, with their revolution, get hold of the idea of theater has not just entertainment, presentational entertainment. Theater becomes a representational, relationship-driven deal by guys like Chekhov, Turgenev, goes on and on from there, right? Once it's about relationships and it's no longer about just presentation, it's no longer about soap opera, right? And it now becomes about, wow, you're peering at Ibsen, all these guys at the turn of the century. Then the method, the idea of transporting how Peter Weller feels about this guy, right, in this character, is the method. The method is the way you do it. And everybody's got their own. If you're talking as a director to an actor more than 5 seconds, I used to love to talk to actors, more than 5 seconds, you are taking the event, the instinct, the music of this actor and putting it in his head. And you're taking it out of his heart. And you can't act from your head. So the method all of a sudden becomes intellectual. Gee, I got to analyze everything. But if you're not instinctively playing jazz, then you're in your head. And that's where the method goes wrong. Too much thought. Too much intellectualization. Antithetical to what the method was. How do I relate to this guy? Not what am I thinking about how I relate to this guy, but how do I relate to this guy? Follow me?
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Peter. Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. And you?
Good.
Just a quick question. What was the most exciting work or project that you had that you would wake up in the morning and you feel like, okay, this is really awesome. I'm really having a great time doing this.
Anything or just film?
Anything in general.
When she said she was pregnant, when I woke up to that, and then when he was born. And, you know, that's corny, and if you don't have kids, you go, oh, please. Can't you tell us something? But who's got kids out there? Just raise your hand, you have kids. Yeah. What's more important than that? What house can you own or car or vacation or whatever can compare to that hug? Nothing. So a real simple thing, that's a game changer. And I never got married till I was 59. And people showed me pictures of the kids. It's like showing me pictures of their dog. You know, really, I got to watch Bob and Lucy roll in the grass. Oh, this is where we were in Jamaica, you know. And I like, yeah, really, nice salad. Can I go now? Then you have a kid, and you do nothing but look at people's kids. And I see people roll up to the booth with kids, man. I just want to, like, hug on the kids. So that's the most important thing. That's the greatest joy I ever woke up to. Greatest joy I ever woke up to. I mean, we've had some fun, and we traveled around the world. We definitely woken up to some unbelievable places. But when she came in, I was smoking a cigar with a friend, and she came in with a bun in an oven. And she put it down in front of me. And I started crying. And then when I held him, the guy went like, here he is. Who held your baby? What man in here was given the baby to hold? And tell me the truth. You had no clue what to do. Tell me the truth, right? You just go, no, somebody help. Okay, and here's the funny thing. Here's the real joy. Here's the kicker of that. Somebody bought us as a gift a night nurse. That's a new deal. Anybody know what a night nurse is? Yeah. So they cost a lot of money because they're a real nurse. And they're up all night with an infant. And they either give the infant the bottle or give it to the mom, the nurse, and the mom can sleep, right? And it's a lot of loot because it's all night long for 2 weeks. I don't know what that cost, right? And my mother-in-law was there, the grandma was there. And then came the day, 3 weeks in to his life, where the night nurse said, bye. And then the grandma said, bye. And we looked at each other like, what do we do now? Because all we're getting is, and that's frightening, man. I mean, that is just like, that's terrifying.
A big
and
challenge.
Beautiful. Right.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for that question, by the way. And there's not been one art history question the whole time. And it's 5 after 3. You haven't even asked about the Ninja Turtles.
Yep. Last question of the day. If you've got any art history in your
then I'm going to tell you something.
Now's the time.
Then I'm going to tell you something you're going to go away with, okay? And next time you look at any Marvel comic, hang on a second, Hugh. What's up?
About those Ninja Turtles, I'm just wondering, what was that got you into acting anyway, Peter?
What got me into what?
What was it that made you want to act? And do you think you'll ever retire, or are you just going to?
No, I'm not
keep
retiring.
carrying on, or
Do I remotely resemble anybody who's retiring?
Thankfully, no.
No. I retire when I'm dead, when I fall down. That's it. I'm not retiring. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying up. I'm doing academics and movies and theater and jazz until I go to the dirt farm. Thank you, God. That's it. What made me get into it? I was doing it for fun. I realized I wasn't going to be Miles Davis. I was in music school. Had to stay out of Vietnam. What can I do? Okay, I can act. I've been doing it. So I acted to stay out of Vietnam, and then I realized I was going to be an actor. Something happened to me. Something happened to me. I was in the theater. Okay, got to get out. Degree in English, music, drama, and all of a sudden, oh no, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to apply for the scholarship to New York. I'm going to go. And I didn't have a plan B. I did not have a plan B. Here's a lesson to all you kids out there. You got your eyes on something to do, don't have a plan B. That's it. Find out what you really want to do and do that, period. And it doesn't work out, I think I'll go home and teach or bake. No, there's no plan B. You do it until you die. That's it. So there's no retirement for me. Ain't retiring.
Peter, unfortunately, we are out of time. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Wait,
ladies and gentlemen, Peter Weller.
Wait. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Next time you watch a Marvel movie, just know this, that the academic idea of the perfect form comes from classical Greece. It's called ethos, a guy standing like this perfectly. That's called ethos. Pergamum is a place in Western Turkey. For some reason, we don't know why. They're going to open up the museum in Berlin in 2025. They start to twist the body and have fights. And they do Nike and the Titans and everybody twisting it. Michelangelo sees this. The Laocoon twisting with serpents eating him. He starts to do the Sistine Chapel. He does the creation of Adam, twisting bodies. Michelangelo gets it from Pergamum. Pergamum is part of Western Turkey, gets it from the Greeks. The body twists in space. That all delivers the action movie, people. The action movie is delivered by Pergamum. The first place to do people dying, spinning, intortion, movement, action. Before that, it's all ethos. Pergamum turns it into pathos. And then you get Spider-Man. And you get RoboCop. Got it? Thank you. What'd you want to ask me?
prosthetic work is amazing. So, as many of you probably know, RT Storytellers has been an absolutely wonderful show, but it's not just well recognized here, it's actually been well recognized abroad as well. So you have actually won Best Presentation at the 2022 ESF Awards, and we have your trophy here.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Thank you.
Just the one. Is it?
Look, Storytellers is something that took, it is in response to all of the kids sending in so much art to us since We Will Draw, since all the way through Storytellers, and that's the reason why it's here all of the time. And as much as Dermot, as the baddie, tries to stop all of your art coming in, it's something that we really, really love. So because of that, we really wanted to do something that I've always wanted to do, which is I get to go to like San Diego and Marvel, and you know the way they get to do those like cool new reveals of new shows and stuff like that. Would you like to see something like that here?
He gets to do so much of the cool stuff. He just puts me into a sweaty voice booth and makes me go until I lose my voice.
You were brilliant. It was amazing. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Will.
So one more time, will we see the new trailer for the brand new Storytellers? Thank you. Okay.
Enjoy.
There's something out there. I've never seen anything like it.
Prey.
Welcome to a land of might, magic, and metal. Join us for TTRPG content that puts the metal back in the phrase. Holy God, that's metal as hell. Join Sid, Con, and Fink as they tour their way across the land of Letuan, taking on all manner of monsters, aberrations, and the foulest foe of all, mankind's hubris. Heartfire Tales is an Irish TTRPG podcast, streaming now on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Stay dangerous.
Watch the full trailer online now.
I am a lawyer who do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
The Book of American law. There's something out there. I've never seen anything like it.
Prey.
More and more eccentric superhumans are coming out of the woodwork. We're
going to launch a division for them. And I want the She-Hulk to be the face of Jennifer Waters.
Namaste.
I have a serious conflict of interest. This man tried to kill my cousin, Bruce.
Yeah, that's quite all right.
Oh. Jen, do your thing. God, I really like this outfit. I'm not proud of this.
Whether you like it or not, you're a superhero.
Let's do this.
Our universe is on the edge of a precipice.
I am a lawyer. We do things by the book.
The Book of Ashanti.
No, the Book of American Laws.
This August, the Predator's first hunt on Earth is the movie event you can't miss. Prey.
Cassian Andor, wouldn't you rather give it all to something real?
This is what revolution looks like.
I'm tired of losing.
Andor, new trailer online now.
There's something out there. I've never seen anything like it.
Prey.
Welcome to a land of might, magic, and metal. Join us for TTRPG content that puts the metal back in the phrase. Holy God, that's metal as hell. Join Sid, Con, and Fink as they tour their way across the land of Letuan, taking on all manner of monsters, aberrations, and the foulest foe of all, mankind's hubris. Heartfire Tales is an Irish TTRPG podcast, streaming now on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Stay dangerous.
Prey. Watch the full trailer online now.
I am a lawyer who do things by the book.
The Book of the Shanty.
The Book of American law.
There's something out there. I've never seen anything like it.
Prey.
More and more eccentric superhumans are coming out of the woodwork. We're going to launch a division for them. And I want the She-Hulk to be the face of it.
Jennifer Waters. Man, I stay.
I have a serious conflict of interest. This
Thank
man
you so
tried to
very
kill
much
my
for being
cousin,
so
Bruce.
very patient. I hope everybody is able to find a seat quite nicely. We do have a few seats left back up on the top shelves there. Top shelves, it's like a stack in a shopping market here. So we've got some very difficult but important instructions to do here. When I put my hand up like this, I want to go a big Mexican wave as I run across the stage like this, all right? So we're going to go this way, starting here. Ooh. I'm on stage. I can see all of you. You folks up the back there, participate. So let's do this one more time. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Ooh. Try to catch out that time. Right. First and foremost, I would love to introduce our wonderful judges here today that you may have visited down in the Cosplay Village. So first and foremost, we have from the Cosplay Journal, Ollie, my apologies. It's a lot of names on this list, I have to say.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me. It's been amazing. I've talked to so many amazing people today. And I'm really looking forward to judging this competition. My name is Ollie. I run the Cosplay Journal, and I am a pop culture and countercultural journalist and writer. So I know far too much about cosplay. I'm really looking forward to this.
Big round of applause for our first judge. Second judge here, we have Beth from Amazonian Cosplay.
Hello, so I'm Beth. I'm Amazonian cosplay. I've been cosplaying for about 10 years now. I specialize in fantasy costumes, big embroidered things, blacksmithing, leatherwork, and I also do lots of competitions. So I'm currently the UK champion, and I'll be at the World Finals for the World Championships of Cosplay. And I'm really excited to be here this weekend and see everyone's wonderful costumes.
And for our third and final judge, we have Oliver Chest, all the way from the Ukraine, so please give a massive round of applause.
Hi, I'm Olga Oliver Chest. I'm a cosplayer from Ukraine. I've been cosplaying for 7 years now. Of course, now I cannot continue with my hobby. I'm a refugee here in Ireland. And if you would like to know more about Ukrainian cosplayers, what we're going through, and maybe support us, you can find my booth in Cosplay Village downstairs. You're very welcome there. And I hope you will have a great time looking at this competition.
All right, folks, we're going to start off with our youngest category here, our youths. These are all 10 and under, so please give a massive round of applause because it takes a lot of courage to walk up on this stage. It takes even longer to walk across it. So for our very first contestant, we have Maisie, no, we do not. We have Madison as Venti from Genshin Impact. And next up, we have Ruby as Violet from The Incredibles. Big round of applause. These are the most adorable superheroes I have ever seen, I have to say. So next up we have on our list Nico from Pokemon Trainer as the Pokemon Trainer from Pokemon. There is one person that I believe is most definitely going to catch them all. So next up we have Anna Rose as the Mandalorian. This is a 100% made costume. And next up we have Millie. Sorry, no, wrong names here. Pennywise next, please. Yeah. Next up we have Freddie D as Pennywise from the movie It. The only thing scarier than clowns is pocket-sized clowns. Next up on stage, I would like to introduce Percy from Squid Game. Next up, with our lovely Super Mario costumes, we have Kayla and Darla as Shy Guy and Princess Peach. Can I get a big aww? Let's see the audience. Yeah! Shall we do a big twirl in the middle? Woo! Yeah! This way here now. Yeah! Get another big aw. Oh, come on, we can do better than that. Oh, there we go. We have been visited by true royalty here today. Next up, an absolute demon with a blade. We have the Demon Slayer, Millie. Now next up as the quick run here. They're late for the Squid Game. Next up here as the Demigorgon and from Mortal Kombat, we have Nathan and Ted. Now don't be throwing any daggers out there, Scorpion. We do love a generic civilian cosplay as well. Very hard to spot in a crowd. Now, next up here we have, as Roxy from Five Nights at Freddy, we've got Lily. And another big cheer for Lily! Now we've had an incredibly brave young girl back here, dressed in her cat bus outfit. We've got May! And that has been everyone from our youths category. There we go, some people have remembered. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, so if you'd all just like to follow Jonathan there, please. Thank you very much. As I'm sure you can all see here today, we've had some incredible talent, not just on stage, but out on the floor as well. As with all things about cosplay, I hope that you've enjoyed what you see here today, and maybe it's inspired you a little bit to come up on stage as well. So maybe next year, anyone in the audience there that is thinking about getting into cosplay because of Dublin Comic Con today? Hands up, hands up. There's one, two. Oh my goodness. We're firing up hands left, right, and center here. This is brilliant. Well, I see some tremendous costumes out there. Is that a piranha plant I see? No, that is a toadstool witch, is it? Right there in the middle. She didn't even know what she had in her head. So next up, we are going to start along with our under 16s category. First up, starting with So we're starting off with Laura Finley as Toga from My Hero Academia. And our second contestant here, we have Ava Murphy as Jeff the Killer. I'm not going to need to go to the gym next week with all this walking back and forth. After Cade, we have as Harley Quinn, Cade Taylor. Next up, we have Ted Power as an Venom hybrid Iron Man. Ooh. Have we had any other symbiotes out in the audience there? Next up, we have Lily Dunn as Junko Inoshima from Danganronpa, with a wonderfully crafted paper wig. Next up, we have Kelly as Roxy from Five Nights at Freddy's. Watch out for these animatronics, folks. High fives all round. Next up, we have Tom Murta as Molly McTealeaf from Critical Role's campaign number 2. Next up is Grace Allen as Sefalin from Your Turn to Die. Next up, we have Lady Ellen as Poison Ivy. If you've noticed anything about our costume contestants from the pro category as well, we all love a little bit of twinkle. Next up, we have Chloe McCann as 90s Rogue from the X-Men. Next up, we have Ruth Coffney as Daphne from Scooby-Doo. What's your name? Next up, we have Rhian Fleming as the Riddler from Batman. Riddle me this, Batman. Siobhan O'Sullivan. Cybus? Cybe. Yeah, just make sure I'm pronouncing it right. And who are you cosplaying as? From Project Saka. Next up, we have Scythe as Nain Kazunusaki from Project Saki. Next up, we have Nessa O'Leary from Technoblade. Alex Rooney loves the puppet. Next up, we have Alex Rooney as Mangle from Five Nights at Freddy's. We have these animatronics coming out the walls, people. Next up, we have Leo Phillips as the Enderman from Minecraft. Next up, we have Karma as Toro from Dragon Maid. Some wonderful puppetry skills along here with those moving wings. Next up, we have Remy as Hunter from the Owl House. I see we've got some fans of the Owl House up there. Hello, I see you too. Thomas? Or no, Remy? Thomas McNamara as Chell from Portal. Next up, we have Emily Hickey as Chiaki from Danganronpa. A very popular series with this category, it seems. Next up, we have Sophie Gleason as Wanda Maximoff. Next up, we have Saoirse as Shiro from Voltron. Next up, we have Leah Gallagher as Sucrose from Genshin Impact. Next up, we have Luca as the Mandalorian. And in the last of our under-16s category, oh no, I don't think so yet, my apologies. We have Sarah as George Not Found from Dream N7P. Next up, we have Caelan Brown as Lolbit. Next up, we have Maisie Waters as Foxy. These are some creepy animatronics here, folks. Next up, we have Sean as Boba Fett. We'll see Boba Fett at the next space station out of Dublin. Next up we have as AJ as Thor from Endgame, Avengers Endgame. Next up, we have Anna as Rolling Girl Miku. Next up, we have Jacob McNamara as Billy Hargrove from Stranger Things. And last but not least, for our under 16 category, we have Eva Doyle as Kylo Ren from Star Wars. And that is it for our under 16s category. So I'd like to welcome all of our contestants back on stage. Can I get a big cheer for everyone from the under 16s category? Category. So do please hang tight. We're just going to organize our backstage here. so we can ensure that we have everybody back on stage for a lovely big group photograph. Then we'll announce the prizes for this category. So in the meantime, whilst we're locating all of our folks, I'm pretty sure Boba Fett has packed everyone into his spaceship and flown them away off for a little bit of an after party. But we'll contact them, radio them through, and get them right back here just as soon as possible. My goodness. Maybe not Star Wars, it's Star Trek, because I've just teleported in, folks. Can everyone back on stage here now in the group middle here? Right this way, folks. Let's give it a nice big arch here. So those folks in the middle here, we're going to scooch on back a little bit. And we're going to carve around here. If you come right to the front here. There we go. And on round here, round here, round here. Let's keep moving on round here, folks. Thank you. Scooch on round. If we can get some of these shorter folks as well out the front here as well. Come right along the stage here. Oh yeah, under 10s have already had their prize. Only under 16s that we need. Under 10s can go back into the audience and join the crowd there. So under 16s, if you'd like to make this way, please, here. Thank you. Right this way, folks. You wonder where we put them all. Right this way. Not a single line. Come on, this way. This way. Thor, take charge here, Thor. Come to me, Thor. Come to me. There we go. Lovely stuff. Wow, we've got a very thin first line. All right. This is all of our wonderful contestants here today. And he's joined the start of the other line. My goodness. We love lines here, don't we? Okay. So I want everybody to do a big action pose for me, please. Round of applause. Every single one of these contestants are under 16 and have done a fantastic job. It's take a lot of courage to come up here on this stage in front of all of you wonderful people. Now let's all just clump on in so we can get a group photo of absolutely everybody. So Thor, can you take charge this time? Come to me, Thor. Thor. There we go. Kylo Ren, come on. Keep it moving, everybody else. And this side as well. Daphne, Foxy, Riddler. We're going to scooch on in here. In between our two white markers, if we can get everyone here in a nice big clump. Right, folks, this way. So if we can get between that mark and that mark. So everybody this side, if you want to come this way. Right to the front here. Thank you. Get nice and close here, please. Thank you. Can that fit in frame? Can we see everybody? Let's go from this side and... Whoa! Enderman, there's been a request for the Enderman. Let's bring the Enderman right up the front. Rumbling up the feet here now. Oh, we love our audience participation. That's carpeted floor. Let's get some hands on the laps as well. Oh! So, coming in at third place, we have Karma as Toro, the Dragon Maid. And then right this way, please, just to receive your prize from our lovely judges. In second place, we have, there we go, I have too much power when I get a microphone. In second place, we have Luca as the Mandalorian. There's a bounty hunter I wouldn't want to cross. So if you'd like to make your way, or have a little pose there first. This Mando has skills, all. Right this way, please, to receive your prize from the judges. And in first place, didn't even need to start at that time, we have Siobhan as Naveen Kunasagi from Project Saki. Thank you very much, and that has been everything for our under 16s category. Thank you very much, everybody. If you'd just like to follow your way off stage there to the left. Thank you very much. So we have fewer contestants here, but some incredibly large groups. So first up, we have Pa O'Sullivan, Tig Foley, Joseph Holland, Grace and Hardy as the Cadian Command Squad from Warhammer 40K. Right this way, please, everybody. From a very serious, intense group to a much more cuter group. We have Evie. No, my apologies. Here we have Aether and Clee. Next up, we have Isla and Lies as Eddie Munson and Dunstan Henderson from Stranger Things. One of the very first animes that I ever watched from Soul Eater, we have Lynn and Sky as Death the Kid and Lord Death. Next up, we've got a very magical group. We have Tara, Anne, and Pete as Hocus Pocus Ireland's Winifred, Sarah, and Mary Sanderson. Double check your names here. Dino and Alex, right. Have I got my Avengers there? No? Well, that has to be marked either. Dino and Alex, either. Careful, or they'll cast a spell on you. Everyone made it out from the under 10s category, yes? Keep them away from... Right, next up we have Dino and Alex as Psycho and Juzu from Tokyo Ghoul. More friends from space now. We have James and Christina from Shinigami Cosplay as Qui-Gon Jinn and the gender bend Obi-Wan Kenobi from Star Wars. Next up, we have Jay and Elliot as Geralt and Yennefer from The Witcher. Next up, we have Just Glenn Cosplay and Night Warden as Ash and Toxic Rick from Ash the Evil Dead and Rick and Morty. Next up, we have Shin and Tyann as Chica and Xiaomian from Love is War. And last but not least, we have Pyro and Pidge Cosplay as Rodan and Melina from Elden Ring. I think they may have been under the confused condition. They're just spinning round and round and round. I've got the wrong RPG. I'm thinking of Final Fantasy, where when you had the confused condition, you would just spin round and round whilst in a static position. It has been quite some time since I've played an RPG. Have we any RPG fans out there? Okay, let's get a bit more specific. Have we any TTRPG fans out there? Are we going to have a fight-off now? What's better, board games or video games? No, it's all love in this house here. So that is the end of our groups category, and we're going to bring them out on stage and have a lovely big group photograph and present them with the prizes, and then we'll be on to our fourth and final group, the adults category. So thank you very much for sticking with us for this length of time. Ha ha ha. So in third place, we have Elliot and Jay as Geralt and Yennefer from The Witcher. Right this way, folks. My lovely assistant will hand you your wonderful prizes. Thank you. In second place, we have... There we go. Ooh, we have our wonderful weird sisters from Hocus Pocus, the Sanderson sisters. And our first place position, we have... There we go. Pyro and Pidge as Rodan and Melania from Elden Ring. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody, for your wonderful work on stage. Let's have one last big bow. And if you'd like to make your way off stage to the right here, please. Stay seated, folks. Remember, we still have one last category to go here. Adults. Yeah. Our fourth and final category, we have our adults, our journeymen into the world of cosplay. So, first and foremost, could I get a big round of applause for Francesca Leonard as the female Captain America from Avengers Endgame. Next up, we have Dennis Nevin as the Riddler from Batman's Arkham Knight. Next up, we have Byron cosplayer as Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Next up, we have Amy as Keyleth from Critical Role. Next up, we have Ellie as Princess Serenity from Sailor Moon. We have spoken about the diversity of cosplay, that it is not just TV shows and anime anymore, but through multiple forms of media, including musicals and YouTube personalities. So next up we here have Taro Callahan as Corpse Husband, the YouTuber / musician. Next up, we have Adine as... My goodness, my reading has gone to wild levels. We have Adine as Ryu Ashika from Devil May Cry Baby. Next up, we have Cosmica as Raiden Shogun Boss from Genshin Impact. Next up, we have Shauna as the gender swap Joker from DC. Next up, we have Jay McKeown from Team Emerald Cosplay as his mashed up Commandalorian Shepherd from Star Wars and Mass Effect. Our judges do not accept bribes. Next up, we have Regalia Cosplay as Eligard from Fire Emblem's Three Houses. Next up, we have Adam as a Team Skull Grunt from Pokemon Sun and Moon. Next up, we have Serena Smallwood as 1770s Harley Quinn. Next up, we have Neve of Fitzcraft as a Clicker from The Last of Us. Next up, we have Fractured Cosplay as Hawks from My Hero Academia. Next up, we have Kira as Mumza from Dream SMP. Next up, we have Shubi Costumes as Marvel's Doctor Strange. Next up now, we have Grania as Captain Puffy from Dream SMP. Next up, we have Flower Thief Faye as Madoka Magica. We have Madoka from Magica Madoka anime. We have Flower Thief Faye as Madoka Kaname from Perella Magica Madoka Magica. Yeah. Next up, we have Jude as Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean. Next up, we have Thai Ninja cosplay as the Red Hood from DC Comics. Next up, we have Wet Paint cosplay as Bailiff from Fire Emblem's Three Houses. Next up, we have JC cosplays as Moon from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Next up, we have Arsene as Joker from Persona 5. Next up, we have Callum as classic comic book Thor from Marvel Comics. Next up, we have Nettles as Bowsette, the female Bowser from Nintendo's Mario Universe. Next up, we have Phoebe as Mother Miranda from Resident Evil 8. Next up, we have Kat as Wanda Maximoff from Marvel. Next up, we have the Pastel cosplay as Wooloo from Pokemon. Next up, we have Kenny as Ryo Asuka from Devilman Crybaby. Next up, we have Emma as... I've lost it already. Emma as Tord from Ed's World. Next up, we have Aoife as Corvo Antono from Dishonored. Next up, we have Sophie as Sundrop from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Next up, we have Julian as the Scarlet Witch from Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Next up, we have Olivia as NCR Ranger from Fallout. Next up, we have Thomas as Jackie Estacado from The Darkness. Next up, we have Owen Maguire as the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland. Next up, we have Ahsoka Modeling as V from Cyberpunk. Next up, coming in from the Justice League film, we have Phelim from as the Nightmare Joker. Next up, we have Grantis as Raiden from Metal Gear Rising. Next up, we have Owen as the Punisher War Machine from Marvel. Next up now, we have Seb as Sebastian from Ace Attorney. Next up, we have Salem as Hama Shuji from Tokyo Revengers. Next up, we have Marie-Therese as a Crusader from Diablo. Next up, we have Andrew as Trazen from Warhammer's 40K. Next up, we have Jennifer as Fern Calloway from Critical Role's Campaign 3. Next up, we have Aaron as My Melody from Sanrio. Next up, we have May as Sophie from Howl's Moving Castle. Next up, we have Adam as Chainsaw Man. Next up, we have Kieran as his custom Rocketeer from The Mandalorian. Next up, we have Scythe as Eowyn from Lord of the Rings. Next up, we have Lucy as Chompette. And last but certainly not least is our Agent Delta as Tamatoa from Disney's Moana. I've absolutely lost count of every single person that we have had through these doors here. My tongue is tied with how many names I've had to run off. So last but not least, we're going to welcome back all of our entrants for the adult category. So welcome back on stage. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Yeah. Bunch right up, bunch right up. Want to get everyone on stage here? Come right this way. Backstage, that's what's been happening. So folks, we will have for our vast number of contestants here, each of our judges will have a particular choice for their costumes that they've enjoyed, and then we will have our prizes for first, second, and third as well. Oh my goodness, I definitely don't need to go to the gym next week. Whew. Oh, am I starting my own cheer here now, apparently? I worked really hard on this costume. I spent hours in front of the sewing machine. Thank you, everybody. Love and appreciate you too, random stranger in the audience. So we have had some wonderful builds up here on stage, from incredible homemade designs. We have mashups of designs. We have foam build armors. We have 3D printed pieces. We have fabrics and textiles, silk paintings, embroidery, embellishment. My goodness, the range of skill up here alone is phenomenal. I could start my own Halloween shop. So who up here have we got at the minute sat full of armor? Armor people, hands up. Oh my goodness. Right, embroiderers, hands up. Wonderful stuff. 3D printers, hands up. My goodness. Audience, hands up. I didn't say Simon Says. I wield far too much power at this microphone. I've had so many people through here, I don't know which categories I can anymore. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Yes. Hello. Sorry, someone calling at me there?
No, I just asked you, all right?
Went almost over here now. Let's get a cheer for Charizard Willow. I'm sorry. Is your prop Willow cosplaying for your cosplay?
He was very scared to go as Willy, and this is his first convention. He wanted to join in cosplay.
A little bit of bravery takes all it takes to take up on stage. Have we anyone out there in the audience here at the minute who would be very interested in getting up stage but is feeling a little lack in confidence at the minute? We have one down here. Fantastic to see you, sir. I would love to welcome you back to the next Dublin Comic Con to see you up on stage. Our wonderful judges, I will remind you, have been down in the cosplay village. They've been speaking to all of these wonderful cosplayers. They've been down on the con floor working incredibly hard all weekend. They've had wonderful panels as well. Am I missing something? Oh, this one, he's a nightmare to me. I'm just gonna stay over this side of the stage now, yeah? But as I was saying, all of our wonderful judges have come over here for Dublin Comic Con and been delivering incredible advice and support to the community here. And it has been great to see that support from you, our audience here as well here tonight. So I kind of get one last round of applause for all of our contestants up on stage here. Okay, I'm going to do what I said that I wouldn't do. We're going to very delicately and very slowly swap positions here to make sure that we have everyone from all angles for everyone in the audience there. Would we like to see that audience? There we go. Oh, house lights. Ooh, dramatic. So, very slowly, I'm going to take this section up to Keyleth. Hello. If you'd like to step forward, fall. Wings here that we had someone trying to bribe one of the judges, but I don't know if leaving a baby on stage is considered bribes. What do you have to say for yourself here?
Hashtag bad dad.
Can we get that trending? Who's on Twitter here right now? Hashtag bad dad. I'm sure we can get that to the top of the Ireland Twitter list. Speaking of which, thanks to all of you wonderful people out here today who have been sharing your precious memories, thoughts and experiences here at Dublin Con. I see you, sir. We have actually managed to get hashtag Dublin Comic Con to the very top of Twitter for Ireland here today. So thank you very much, and big round of applause for yourselves as well. Now, I'm going to do a little poke out into our audience here because I don't think I've got you participating enough. What other cosplayers do I see out here? I see some Pokemon hats up there. Hello! Hello! Oh my goodness, the hat is waving back to me. Hello! I love, oh my God, there's so many hats waving back to me. What is this? What have I just done? And we've got some more cosplayers up there. Who have we got? I see an axe. I see witches' hats. Is that Genshin Impact up there? Hey! Hey to you too. How many Genshin Impact fans have we got here today? Just a few. It's because they're all up here, isn't that right? Because when Genshin Impact fans go to do into something, they go hard. It just can't just watch or play the game. They've got to play it 24/7 and then make an entire costume in between sleeping. Oh my goodness. Hello, Maleficent. My apologies for not extending an invitation to you to come on stage here today. But, oh my goodness, who else have we got here? Oh, aren't you just Scorpion? My goodness. Okay, keep the knives in your pockets. I don't need anyone being pierced up here on stage. Is that Sanrio or Magica Modica? There we go. I know my animes. Who have we? Is that Ray from Star Wars? Oh my goodness. Hi, Ray. We have had so much Star Wars up here today. Do we like Star Wars, folks? Fantastic. Brilliant to see us here today. And we have some fantastic Star Wars prizes as well. Ooh. Can I get new? Ooh. I'm really enjoying this power. All righty. So I'm going to hand over first for our judges' announcements.
Hello, so have we all had an amazing time today, this weekend, seeing all these amazing cosplays? Yeah? More! Woo! So judging the past 2 days has been incredibly difficult for us. We've seen some incredible costumes, and just want to give a big thank you to everyone for coming along and giving up their time and their efforts with these beautiful costumes. I think that definitely deserves a big round of applause. So to start off with our awards, first we're each going to give our judges awards because it was so hard for us to decide. So we'd like to give an honourable mention to each of our sort of favourites. So my judges award is going to go to Boss Ryden Cosmica. Go to the front, go to the front. Have a pose.
That's really lovely. Oh no, it is so. It just looked really weird on the stage. So. Hi, so my judge's choice is somebody who I thought looked amazing, and I'd seen throughout the day as well and really caught my eye, so I was glad she entered the competition, and that is Ellie as Princess Serenity. Wow, I'll give that to you.
Okay, and the last judge's choice, sorry. It's been so wonderful seeing all of you here, but my award's gonna go to Sophie with Wooloo cosplay. And now, the moment you've been waiting for. So the third place goes to... Come on, DeLorean Shepherd, Jay.
You have to return Gareth.
Congratulations.
And our second place, and honestly, this has been so difficult. I think all judges can say it was you're all amazing, and thank you for entering. So our second place goes to Garen as the Rocketeer.
So, the moment of truth. So, our first place winner is a costume that we all agreed had really beautiful finishing and every element on it was perfect. And so, we'd like to give our first place award to Kiara's Edelgard from Fire Emblem. Yes, you. And can we get a big round of applause for all of our contestants today? It's been a long day and they're all amazing. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend.
Thank you very much.